till things become unbearable. Find an Aquablation urologist near you. Visit aquablation.com. Aquablation.com. That's aquablation.com. Visit aquablation.com. All surgical treatments carry risks, and results may vary. Side effects may include, but are not limited to, urinary symptoms, mild pain, infection, or less frequently, urethral or rectal injury, or ejaculatory dysfunction. Aquablation therapy may not be right for everyone. Talk to your urologist to learn more.
Mike Gallagher. 1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Medicinal and adult use cannabis dispensaries get the green light to operate in the city of Hamilton. City Council voting 4-3 last night to lift the ban and impose regulations on dispensaries. Mayor Pat Mueller was one of the 3 no votes.
I also believe that there's a correlation between an increased number of emergency room visits and dispensary availability. In my mind, that correlation has a negative impact on public health providers, and public safety.
Mueller, during last night's meeting on TV Hamilton, the dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts. Butler County is under an air quality advisory for a 3rd day in a row. A middle-aged man was said to be in critical condition after he was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road near Walden Ponds and Gilmore Road last night. He had to be flown to UC by Aircheck. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
What defines Ohio? A place that dares to go first and never looks back. There's no slowing us down. In Ohio, we're powering America, discovering breakthroughs, driving the future, propelling tomorrow. At Jobs Ohio, our mission is clear. Strengthen job opportunities and empower Ohio's workforce. Ohio, our time is now. See Ohio's momentum at jobsohio.com/Ohio's time.
This is The Making of America from the Jefferson Media Group. Crazy Horse was a war chief of the Lakota Sioux whose battlefield exploits made him both admired and feared by friends and enemies alike. He grew into manhood fighting the Crow, the Shoshone, Pawnee, Blackfeet, and other traditional enemies. But in the mid-1860s, those enemies banded together in the Black Hills to fight the settlers and the armies sent to protect them. Crazy Horse played decisive roles in those battles, including General Custer's defeat at the Little Bighorn. In life, he refused to have his picture taken, but today, his face is carved onto Thunderhead Mountain and stands 563 feet tall. This has been The Making of America. I'm Michael Emerson, and you can visit us at jeffersonmediagroup.com.
As first responders, we focus a lot on the physical demands of the job, but what about the mental demands? As a New Concord police chief, I know firsthand that it's not normal to see what we do, take it home, and deal with it on our own. That's why I encourage you to seek help if you need it. Visit the Ohio Department of Insurance's website, insurance.ohio.gov, or call 800-686-1526 to speak to experts who can help you understand what mental health benefits may be in your health plan.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Now get this. A billionaire, big Democrat donor says he was lied to about what the president said about Charlottesville. Man gave a lot of money to the Democratic Party. He's now renounced that party. And after he went public and said what he said about Charlottesville, guess who called him? President Trump, whom he now says is a great guy.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. and sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Up with people who want to hear Chuck Schumer blow up from the floor of the Senate this week. It was all over the news yesterday. I don't know that the cable networks even carried this. It's pretty crude. I just realized we have a perfect way. You're going to get to decide whether this video clip is aired here on the Mike Gallagher Show. I mean, I saw the New York Post. Chuck Schumer passes wind in the middle of a speech on the floor of the Senate. And they've got the receipts. They got the video of it. We've got the clip. And Yasmin has it. Now, I think Yasmin is absolutely philosophically opposed to playing this because she is a very genteel, gentle, lovely lady. I think this offends her sensibilities. But hey, it's the job. It's the gig. You know, it's part of you're on Team Gallagher. So as the show goes, we all go. But here's the thing. I've got this clip of Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, of course, but Chuck Schumer yesterday giving a long-winded speech against Donald Trump and against the war in Iran and everything else, and he lets one fly. He lets her rip right in the middle of the sentence. And it sounds awful, okay? Now, he even kind of laughs it off. You could tell he knew he did it. That's the funniest part. But I will only play it if this audience dictates it. How are we going to dictate it? Well, we are in the middle of our heartfelt campaign to help poor people in Venezuela who have lost everything due to the devastating earthquakes over there. There are people who are without anything. They're in the streets. They've lost their home. They've lost their everything. You know, many died. Many homes are gone. Food for the Poor is a I always call them this beautiful Christian ministry that's very near and dear to my heart. They built a house, as they often do around the world, for my Denise. There's a Denise Gallagher house that a family proudly lives in Jamaica. So this organization means a lot to me. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, I'm going to invite you to go to MikeOnline.com to please donate to our Food for the Poor campaign. We need you. We need you. And thankfully, because of your generosity this week, we're back to almost where we need to be. Okay, so I'm thrilled because we've got a goal of $46,000. I think we're going to hit the goal. Any gift, any amount that you can afford, please go to MikeOnline.com to make your donation. You can also text Mike G to 51555. Or call 844-860-HOPE, 844-860-4673. Thank you for supporting our Food for the Poor campaign. Now, California just texted, so now, Mike, you've begun the Food for Farts campaign. This is not the Food for Farts campaign. This is a Food for the Poor campaign. If you are willing to dedicate a $500 tax-deductible donation to this relief organization, Food for the Poor, right now, I will play the Chuck Schumer passing gas video. You got to call Tracy right now at 800-655-MIKE. Have your credit card ready and be willing to commit to a $500 tax-deductible donation. You're going to save a lot of lives. You're going to help a lot of people. You're going to help make the world a better place. And because of your decision to donate to this very good cause, you will let my entire audience see and hear Chuck Schumer famously passing wind on the floor of the U.S. Senate. So your call. If the donation comes in, I'll play it. If it doesn't, you may never find it, because you're not going to have any ability to ever go to Google or YouTube or everywhere, and you can't find it anywhere because you're connected to the Mike Gallagher Show. This is your connection to the wild world out there. So you let me know. Tracy, let me know if we've got somebody and you can confirm it. Well, I think we have somebody. Okay, can we confirm? Wait a minute. Let me wait to make sure that it's a confirmation. By the way, I've been praying without ceasing for this campaign. I always get worried that we're not going to hit our goal. Prayer works, and I asked you yesterday that a dear friend of mine was having a surgery yesterday to remove. It was really weird. A grapefruit-sized cyst from her body, benign, not cancerous, thank God, but a big, huge cyst, and it was causing her all kinds of turmoil, and she was getting sick from it. It was pressing up against her organs. Anyway, long story short, surgery went great. She had some nausea problems after the surgery, but I think that's pretty normal after general anesthesia. I remember I got real sick after I had general anesthesia once. I mean, sometimes you have like an allergic reaction to the general anesthesia. But in any event, she did great. Surgery was a big success, and if it hadn't been for the nausea, she probably would have come home last night. She's going home now, so thank you for your prayers, and thank you for keeping a dear friend of mine in your hearts, because prayer works. Okay, prayer worked. There's who? Can you give me the first name, Tracy? Give me the first name of the donor, because we have Mark. We got Mark from Florida, Jacksonville, Florida. Mark of Jacksonville, Florida, thanks to your wise decision to help people in need in Venezuela, the entire audience gets treated to this.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration can say about his disastrous war with Iran is that Vietnam was worse.
That's it. I mean, just the very beginning, that's there it is. And that is not, Mark Davis this morning said, well, maybe that was some kind of a weird creaking. No. That was passing gas. And we just can't let that go one time, Yasmin. You gotta play it. We gotta play it. I think $500 is worth 3 airings. So here is airing number 1, fully humiliating Senator Chuck Schumer.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration can say about his disastrous...
Thank you, Yasmin. She has this pained look on her face. You could just tell she's like, what am I doing? I could be doing anything else for a living. This is what I've been reduced. All right, one more time. Airing number 3 in honor of Mark in Jacksonville, making a $500 contribution to our Food for the Poor campaign. One more time.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration can...
There you go. Thank you, Mark, and thank you for contributing to our Food for the Poor campaign. Hey, keep it going, We may do that every hour. That could be a surefire way to get a quick few $100 in the old kitty, as my buddy Larry Elder would always say. Dennis in New Brunswick, New Jersey. We started out today talking about President Trump's speech tonight, whether or not he should revisit 2020. Is it a good idea, bad idea? Hey, Dennis, thanks for hanging in there with us. What do you think?
I'm not in New Brunswick. I'm in Ewing, but yes, I think he should, because they cheated. I mean, everybody know it. You could tell just by how the guy, stay in the basement and get more. There's no.
Oh yeah, millions. What? How many? 81 million votes. Yeah, right.
Yes, but he got more than Trump. He got more than Obama. How? When he was in the garage, he didn't even campaign.
And Dennis, even when he did venture out from the basement, he would go to some parking lot somewhere. Remember the time when he had the parking lot and there were like 9 cars and they were honking their horns at him? It was so bad. Meanwhile, Trump's out filling stadiums, and there was way 1,000 times more enthusiasm for Trump than Biden. You're right.
And I agree. And then besides this, and I'll let you go, and I thank you for what you're doing. But
thank you.
You need to make it fair. It ain't fair because, like I said, the only time they used to use mail-in ballots, that was when you was overseas or you was in the military. And then, like you said, and it was, you had an ID, you had to do things. What's wrong with these people?
Changed everything. It changed everything. Thank you, Dennis. COVID changed everything. Thank you, Cameron. Or thank you, sir. This is Cameron in Virginia, line 2. Hey, Cameron, welcome aboard. How are you?
Hey, Mike. How are you this morning?
I'm good, thanks. What's up?
I'm in Central Virginia, and first of all, I'm on you guys' team, but I disagree that Trump needs to dwell on that tonight. And the reason that I have is, first of all, in my belief, the far right is going to vote red in the midterms. The far left is going to vote blue in the midterms.
Mm-hmm.
This is a statistical election that I think is going to come down, like all elections do, to the 4, 5, 6% of undecided voters. And what I'm concerned about is beating a dead horse to death. Do I agree that I think something was wrong in the 2020 election? I do. But that will be six years ago,
right.
I guess, by the time we go into the election. This is more of a statistical election with the mainstream America. I think the far left is destroying themselves by doing what they're doing with illegal immigration, gun control, and things of that order. If we sit back and go with what we think mainstream America believes in, which is they don't believe in illegal immigration. They believe in the right to bear arms. We stick with our main policy, then we'll win the ball game. And after we win the ball game, we can change the rules to make sure that we have fair elections. But if you don't win the ball game, you don't make it to the Super Bowl.
Got it. Now listen. I think you've got a totally reasonable and plausible reaction, but let me give you the counter argument and the really the way I feel, and I think the way millions of Americans feel. If he does leave it alone, if he drops it, and we just move ahead, and also perhaps move away from the Save America Act and move away from any effort to secure make sure that our elections are secure and safe, and they're free from the shenanigans of the COVID rules and all the crap they pulled in 2020, we may never win another election again. He can't let it go. What do you say to that?
Okay. I guess that's your opinion, and I can understand that makes sense as well as what the statement that I said. And
Sure.
I guess we won't know until after the midterms, but in my dealings with
but it'll be too late. It'll be too late.
I do, but my deals here in Central Virginia, where I hear people on the same team as we are, the mainstream people that are really not true red or really not true blue, go back to the emphasis as I'm tired of hearing it.
No, I got it. I understand the argument. I really do. And I like I said at the outset, I could go either way. I could absolutely go either way. But frankly, I respectfully believe that you're mistaken, that they want you to move on from this. They want it to go away. But however, I don't think I know he's not going to let it go. Glad you called. More coming up. 14.
Mike Gallagher. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Coming back to Birdsong the other way. He has it at the 50. Getting down the sideline inside the 40, 35, touchdown, 30, 25, 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
Basketball.
And now a skip pass to Fursick. Three ball up. Yes. Oh, goodness. Ethan Fursick putting on a show.
And baseball.
A rip toward the second baseman, Pogosowski. Momentum taking him away. Great throw, great kick. Put a star by that one.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've expanded our family to better serve yours. Anthony Munoz here for my friend and automotive partner, Ed Larkin. We've expanded our roster and added to our team. Rose Automotive in Hamilton and Larkin Cobb Chevy Buick GMC in Eaton welcome Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana to our family. We've expanded our family to better serve yours. We've always wanted to be your everything automotive partner, and now we can offer Ford, Chevy, Buick, GMC. Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana. Larkin-Ford.com.
This is Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel. If you're driving and take a quick glance at your phone, more can happen than you might think. Because taking your eyes off the road for even just a moment is like driving the entire length of a football field blind. Don't let those few seconds distract you from what's right in front of you. Phones down, eyes up, Ohio.
Wounded Warrior Project has been there for me since that first day in the hospital. They got me out of the house. They got me connected with other veterans, and they helped me face my PTSD. They support me and my family at every turn. And now I'm helping other warriors realize that they're not alone.
Through our hands-on programs, supportive community, and ongoing advocacy, we help post-9/11 veterans realize what's possible. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/possible.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
It's the Dana Show.
It's not just a New York thing anymore. It's happening all across the country in the Democrat Party. And they think that they're going to cozy up with Islamists and walk away with them voting communists. No, you're going to walk away with Sharia. That's the Red-Green Alliance. And the unfinished story of the Red-Green Alliance is that the Green wins every single time. Communism, it is an indulgence of idiots. That's what communism is.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Gallagher Show in the ReliefFactor.com studios.
Whole lot of people are texting and thanking us, thanking Mark rather, in Jacksonville, Florida, for his donation. And I want to reiterate, thank you, Mark. I mean, even though it was kind of a sophomoric thing for me to do, I admit. But hey, we're helping save lives. We're helping the people of Venezuela. Don't forget, when you donate to our Food for the Poor campaign, remember, if you make a $1,000 donation or more, I'm going to personally call you to thank you for your donation. And we'll solve the world's problems together. It'll be fun to chat on the phone one-on-one. So anybody makes a $1,000 donation or more, expect a phone call within the next week or two from yours truly. Just go to MikeOnline.com to make a donation to our campaign. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. And thanks, everybody, for helping to make this campaign a success. A lot of people claim that if you say that the 2020 election was fraudulent, that that's a conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theories are a funny thing. Boy, there are people, plenty of people in America, who take a conspiracy theory and run with it. They go hog wild. I caught up with an old friend of mine who I haven't talked to in years. He's a great guy. And boy, does he go down those rabbit holes. He's right there with Candace Owens and everybody. He believes that these data centers are surveillance headquarters, that they are surveilling people from the data centers. These are these giant, facilities that are going to power AI and all that goes with it. Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, has put a moratorium or a pause on the data centers. And I've always thought that the objection is that people don't like them, that they take too much energy from a community, that they're, I don't exactly know all the arguments against them. I know people are against them. But this guy, again, friend of mine, somebody who believes that Charlie Kirk wasn't shot and killed by Tyler Robinson. And when I hear that, I'm like, uh-oh, here we go. Somebody who believes that Erica Kirk is a Satanist and her parents are Satanists and all these horrific, bizarre, absurd things that are being directed towards the Kirk family. Well, he's right there with them all. And believes that the data centers are going to be facilities where the government can conduct massive surveillance activities. Whew. Have you heard that one? That's a new one for me. That's a new one for me. Maybe you've heard that and you can help me out, because that's the first I've heard of that conspiracy theory. Listen, you know me. Just because it's a conspiracy theory doesn't mean it's not true. But that's a new one, that the AI data centers and that controversy, the reason people don't like them is because they are going to be government surveillance locations. Why do I think that's coming from people like maybe Candace or Alex Jones or folks like that? Why do I have a feeling that that's all and people buy it? They believe it, you know, and I'm prone to that too. I'm not immune from that stuff. 800-655-MIKE. Portions of our show sponsored by Chapter. What a great godsend this has been for me and for so many others. I can honestly say, after all the years I've been behind this microphone, I've never gotten more heartfelt emails, notes from people about any company than I have about Chapter, because they are absolutely straightening people out when it comes to Medicare. Medicare is complicated. Enrolling is confusing. Good. There's a lot of scammy processes out there. There's a lot of insurance brokers that want to try to tell you, oh, we know all the answers. Chapter is free. Chapter is neutral. Chapter has access to every plan out there to make sure you're not paying 1 penny more for your Medicare and your health coverage than you need to be. I know, because I turned to Chapter when I needed help. And boy, did they save my butt. Call Chapter. Again, no cost for you to call. 25 Medicare. Dedicated line set up for you. Chapter has helped thousands already. I'll bet they can help you too. Don't pay 1 penny more for Medicare than you have to. Call 25 Medicare. 25 Medicare. Easy number to remember. Chapter. Call 25 Medicare now. Cohen is in Delaware. Hey, Cohen, what's up?
Hey, so I believe that Charlie Kirk was shot, all that stuff. But my only question is about the impact on his shirt. I'm just confused as to what that could be.
Well, it's one of the many things. You saw the video when the bullet hit him and see all the blood come out?
I did, yes.
That was pretty real. That wasn't made up. That wasn't a figment of anybody's imagination. That's how it happened. Everything else is just an attempt to overturn the official. When it comes to supplements, 2 things matter most: that it works and that you can trust it. Rather than just tell you about Relief Factor like I like to do, we'll let the customers do it. We hear from people every single day whose lives have changed, and we'd like to hear a few of their stories. Mark was in tears from his daily hand joint discomfort, but after 1 week on Relief Factor, he felt 50% better. Now he barely notices any pain. He loves the customer service. He's so happy. He's spreading the word to everyone, and Mark is just one of many. I'm one of many. No more lower back pain for me, Mike Gallagher. Will you be the next person telling us Relief Factor gave you your life back? 3 weeks for just $17.76. Give it a try. Simply go to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com, or call 800-4RELIEF. 800, the number 4-RELIEF. You'll connect with their friendly local team, and they'll do everything they can to help you. We hope you'll soon be sharing your story with us, too. Relief Factor. Call 800, the number 4-RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. There's a moment in everyone's life when you just get tired of feeling lousy, that moment when you decide enough is enough. Maybe tying your shoes has become an Olympic sport. Maybe you had a scare at your last checkup. Maybe you're just tired of sitting this one out. Whatever the reason, when you start your journey, you don't have to do it alone. When I finally made my decision to get healthy and lose weight 4 years ago and 53 pounds ago, I knew I couldn't stay the course without support. I called PhD Weight Loss. Best decision I ever made. I've learned so much about myself, nutrition, how to balance it all, and maintain a healthy life. No more sitting on the sidelines for me. Right now, when you call PhD Weight Loss and mention Mike, you'll get 2 free weeks added to the program, and they'll pay for the cost of your food. That's a $1,500 value. Make the call that can change your life the way it changed mine. PhD Weight Loss. Call 864-644-1900. That's 864-644-1900. That's 864-644-1900. Or go to myphdweightloss.com. I'm Mike Gallagher. If I can do it, you can too. PhD Weight Loss.
Mike Gallagher.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Brandenburg tosses to Thompson. Do they get the out? They do. Very fine play by Sean Brandenburg and Corinne Thompson.
This Saturday, Hamilton versus Moeller in the 2016 Baseball District Tournament.
Towards the dugout, making a great catch is Tyler McDonough up against the fence.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
There's an issue cutting through the partisanship in Congress. It's AM radio. The overwhelming majority of legislators, Democrats and Republicans, support a bill to keep AM radio in cars. But time is running out. Text AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. AM radio is too important to let this moment pass us by.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
Thomason. Quoting President Trump, it's really big news, referring to a primetime address he will deliver tonight from the White House. The president says the news doesn't get bigger. The speech will focus at least partially on election integrity.
The president has long insisted he won the 2020 presidential race. This comes even though the very people Mr. Trump appointed to oversee it say the vote count was accurate and he lost. This term, Mr. Trump has appointed people who support him on this issue. He's also launched a review of the 2020 voting.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart says the president may address reports of foreign interference in the 2020 election. The U.S. stepping up its attacks on Iran, hitting targets farther north. American forces also fired on a ship accused of trying to break the U.S. naval blockade. The U.S. aims to keep the Strait of Hormuz wide open.
The U.S. says it's targeting Iran's ability to threaten shipping in the waterway. In this latest round of strikes, Iranian media reported that a children's cancer hospital was evacuated after several missiles landed nearby. Washington has also reimposed a naval blockade on Iran and said it disabled an empty oil tanker that ignored warnings by firing into its smokestack. There was some positive news, though. The Iranians freed an American citizen they'd prevented from leaving the country, what President Trump called a gesture of goodwill.
The BBC's Barbara Plett-Usher. Retail sales continued rising last month, just not as much as in May. The Commerce Department reports that sales rose 0.2% in June. That followed May's 1% increase. Across a wide swath of the northern U.S., not only heat and humidity, it's smoke that's making breathing tough. Close to 200 wildfires in Canada, making for a smoky haze in the air on this side of the border. On Wall Street, the Dow, 44 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Did you see the news? For the first time since World War II, the national debt is bigger than the entire American economy. Over $31 trillion, $289,000 of debt for every household in America, thanks to decades of reckless spending by career politicians. Do you wait to see how mortgage rates are impacted, or do you act now? You know how the game works. Rates go up, the bank wins. Rates go down, the bank wins. You're the one that loses. Fellowship Home Loans took losing off the table. With the Fellowship Home Loans soft lock, you lock in your rate today. Like right now, if rates go up before you close, you keep your lower locked-in rate. If rates drop, you get the lower one. Heads you win, tails you win. For over 20 years, my friends Mike and Brian have built Fellowship Home Loans around treating people like family. And I know, because I've been a customer. So has my family. While the country digs out, somebody finally built a product that protects American families instead of the bank. Go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G or call 800-510-MIKE. Fellowship Home Loans. Mortgage lending by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers. DBA Fellowship Home Loans. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 819382.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton City Council votes to allow medicinal and adult-use marijuana dispensaries in the city. The vote was 4-3, with Eric Pullman one of the no votes.
We smell it everywhere. Smell it at drive-thrus. We smell it if you're on a good summer day when you got the windows down. It smells. I smell it on the golf course, okay?
The dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts, and they will be highly regulated. Speaking of breathable air, Butler County is once again under an air quality advisory through midnight. Some state lawmakers have proposed a bill to block local governments from banning or even regulating short-term rental properties. A former teacher indicted in Preble County, 45-year-old Kristen Shamel, is accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student at Eaton Middle School back in 2014. A man was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road near Walden Pond Circle in Fairfield Township last night. The victim air-cared to UC Hospital. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
You can call the Ohio State Highway Patrol for help with any roadside emergency. If you're broken down or there's debris on the road or you see a dangerous driver, don't just assume someone else has already reported it. Please call the Ohio State Highway Patrol at pound 677 and a trooper will head to the area. We would rather have too many calls than none at all. Again, if you need the patrol's assistance, please dial pound 677.
Veterans, you may have earned a variety of VA benefits. Did you know VA can help you further your education and pursue professional training? The Home Loan Guarantee Program can help you buy, repair, or adapt a home. VA provides housing support if you find yourself homeless or at risk of homelessness. And don't forget world-class health care. Learn more about these and other VA benefits. Visit choose.va.gov.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Brandenburg tosses to Thompson. Do they get the out? They do. Very fine play by Sean Brandenburg and Corinne Thompson.
This Saturday, Hamilton versus Moeller in the 2016 Baseball District Tournament.
Towards the dugout, making a great catch is Tyler McDonough up against the fence.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the wild world of D.C. politics to America's culture clash, brace yourself for the reality check you've been waiting for. The one and only Mike Gallagher.
There is one. Get me to play the clip of Chuck Schumer passing wind on the Senate floor, and it's the solution is going to be in the hands of a generous member of this audience. I'll explain a little bit later this hour. We are in the middle of our Food for the Poor campaign to help the victims of the Venezuelan earthquakes. It is a noble effort, and many of you have stepped up already. We've got a ways to go to hit our goal, but we're getting closer to where we ought to be right now. We're pacing pretty well. And helping the poor, helping the needy, helping the disadvantaged is something we like to do on this show because we have the most generous audience in America. So we're going to have a little fun with this. If you haven't seen or heard the video of Chuck Schumer, oh boy, and it'll be up to you. It's going to be your decision. One listener, one viewer One person in this audience is going to make the determination as to whether or not we actually play the clip. Because it's gross. I mean, it's passing gas. I've never, ever thought in all my years of doing this that I would grapple with whether or not to play a clip of somebody who obviously passed wind. But it's Chuck Schumer. It's a metaphor for what the Democrats represent these days. Sometimes you don't know which end it's coming out of, so why not? Why not have a little fun and help people at the same time? So stay tuned for your opportunity to make a difference in people's lives and have a little fun in the process. President Trump is going to address the nation tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Who knows? Buckle up. Hang on to your hat. We're going to carry it on Salem News Channel. You won't miss a word of it tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. I'm not sure if the networks are going to carry it. I know the cable networks are, and I know Salem News Channel is going to be right there with coverage because Salem News Channel has become the preferred channel of choice for people all over America. I was talking to somebody yesterday, hearing about our numbers and how many gazillions of hours and viewers we're getting. SNC.TV for all the ways that you can obtain Salem News Channel and watch President Trump's address tonight at 9 p.m. Election integrity is expected to be front and center. He is rumored to be saying that China interfered with the 2020 election. He will not let 2020 go, for better or worse. I happen to think it's for the better. If we don't fix election problems, our country's going to be broken forever. If we don't solve the problem of election shenanigans, I keep hearing them say, well, you need widespread election fraud. We shouldn't have any election fraud. There shouldn't be any unopened mail-in ballots. There shouldn't be any 24/7 drive-thrus to stuff the ballot box. There should be voter ID. It's inexcusable that in a city like New York, where I voted in 2016, and I tried to produce a driver's license, that they practically laughed me out of the joint, saying, we don't need driver's licenses here. This is New York. Go over and vote. We don't care who you are. Go in and vote. That's unacceptable. That's un-American. That's wrong. And Trump won't let it go, and I'm here for that. That's what I voted for. He's got to fix this. Now, he has a nominee for Director of National Intelligence, Jay Clayton, being grilled by Democrats like John Ossoff. John Ossoff is rumored to be on the hot seat over the integrity of his election in Georgia. I mean, it's being rumored online that Trump is going to declare that both John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock were elected illegitimately. Well, we're going to see. What I do know is that yesterday, John Ossoff and Mark Warner and all of them, in a coordinated effort, tried to play gotcha with Jay Clayton. And he was having none of it.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do this with you.
This is a job interview. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee. Yes, you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
Like I said, I'm not going to get into that with you.
But you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee.
Is anything that I just said not honest or forthright?
Yes, you're not being honest or forthright. Who won the 2020 election?
I think I've answered the question. We can keep doing this.
Well, we're going to keep doing it because you're not being honest and forthright.
I'm not going to engage in the theater.
It's a simple question, Mr. Clayton.
And I've answered.
Who won the 2020 presidential election?
I've answered it.
You're here asking for the support of senators to lead America's intelligence community. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee and with the American public, but you refuse to answer a simple matter of fact about the 2020 election. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Then answer the question. Who won the 2020 election?
I have answered the question.
Answer it. What is your answer?
I've given you my answer.
What is your answer? You refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election, but you asked to lead America's intelligence community? Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question, to have to indulge the president's delusions? We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
I mean, John Ossoff, it seems to me, is panicking. That reminds me of stupid, dopey Mazie Hirono always asking anybody she questions, have you ever sexually assaulted anybody? It's like, what are you talking about? Well, Ossoff, Mark Warner, Mark Kelly, Angus Main, all they did, that's what they wanted to hammer this guy about. And he wasn't playing their games. I mean, in an exchange with Mark Warner, he confirmed that he knows that Joe Biden was certified. He understands that the process claimed that Joe Biden won the election, but he wasn't going to play their gotcha game. Now, my buddy Mark Davis, who I do the podcast with every day, and I hope you tune in, M&M Extra, Apple, Spotify, YouTube, subscribe. We're having so much fun, and the podcast is growing. We had a 25% growth in audience from May to June. So it's continuing to grow and build. People seem to really like our energy, our chemistry, our camaraderie, and sometimes we disagree, and this is one of them. Mark thinks that was a terrible answer. Mark said, no, there's a better way to answer that. And then Mark went into this long 5-minute talk show host monologue of what he thought Jay Clayton should have said. Well, they weren't going to let him say all that. They would have stopped him 15 seconds in. Mark's argument is that he should have said, well, technically he won, but there are millions who have doubts. Ossoff and these Democrats weren't playing that game. They weren't asking the guy if he thinks that people have doubts. We know people have doubts about the veracity of this election. I think Jay Clayton answered that question perfectly. And I'm glad that President Trump is reportedly going to address all of this tonight. Am I wrong? Are you glad that Trump won't let 2020 alone? Or do you wish he would just drop it, move ahead, forget it? It was 6 years ago. What's done is done. He's in the White House now. He's the commander-in-chief. He's got to leave it alone. I would say to you, if you feel that way, but we can talk about it, if you feel that way, you don't recognize how essential it is that we get the Save America Act passed. I would argue with you that if we don't fix election problems in America, we'll never win another election again. I would say to you that our country is in deep peril if we don't solve this. And President Trump is the guy to do it. You agree or disagree? Let's find out. Welcome in Thursday, Relief Factor Studios. And will I or will I not play the Chuck Schumer unleashing the whirlwind of his own from the Senate floor yesterday? Well, we'll find out. Inquiring minds want to know. That'll be up to you. 800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. Join us here on the Mike Gallagher Show.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-2085, 800-555-2085, or biglou.com.
Imagine hearing a rocket siren, grabbing your medical bag and running toward the explosion instead of away from it. Well, that's what the men and women of Magen David Adom do every single time. As Israel's National Emergency Medical Service, they respond to millions of emergency calls for help every year. They also manage Israel's national blood supply. Since October 7, 2023, 40 Magen David Adom medical professionals have been killed while serving their communities. During the recent attacks from Iran, they treated thousands of civilians who were wounded. And on days when the skies are clear, they continue to respond to thousands of emergency calls for help as Israel's 911 service. 90% of their nearly 40,000 EMTs, paramedics, and first responders are volunteers, and they're funded almost entirely by friends like you. Give today. SavingLifeIsrael.org, SavingLifeIsrael.org, or you could call 800-327-0084, 800-327-0084, and thank you.
Mike Gallagher. WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Israeli officials say they have killed 2,500 of the 3,000 terrorists who massacred Israelis on October the 7th, which means they have 500 more to go. Advice: if your pager goes off, don't answer it.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Turn your passion for food into a career with the Midwest Culinary Institute at Cincinnati State. The Culinary Arts program provides hands-on training in professional kitchens. You'll learn cooking techniques, baking, and kitchen operations from experienced chef instructors and build the skills needed for restaurants, hotels, and catering careers. Start your journey in the culinary arts today. Visit cincinnati-state.edu/start.
This is Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel. If you're driving and take a quick glance at your phone, more can happen than you might think. Because taking your eyes off the road for even just a moment is like driving the entire length of a football field blind. Don't let those few seconds distract you from what's right in front of you. Phones down, eyes up, Ohio.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Text messages pouring in. California writes the 2020 election was rigged. Anyone with a lick of integrity and common sense knows it. That's John in California. South Carolina asks a very relevant question. Have the Democrats gotten over January 6th? Absolutely not. I think every time January 6th is brought up, the appropriate response would be, hey, looks like there was a reason for a protest. And Mike, this is from Ohio, Columbus, Ohio. Thank you, Mike. You are so right. Election processes have to be fixed in America. And maybe one more here from Illinois. I wish we could leave it alone, but like you, I know that if we leave it alone, it's going to happen over and over and over again. That's actually Mike in Arkansas, who's a refugee from Illinois. What do you think? Is it a good idea for President Trump to go back down this path. Evidently, that's what he's expected to do tonight. He's reportedly going to bring up information about China. He's going to claim, I think, that there's been evidence uncovered that China interfered with the election machines, with the computer systems that are used for our elections, hacking and everything else. And I know there's some people, even Trump supporters, who are probably rolling their eyes. Oh, brother, here we go again, 2020. That's what they want you to do. They want you to leave it alone. That's why John Ossoff and Mark Warner, that's why they're playing this game with Jake Clayton yesterday. It's a game. It's an absolute game. Look at, you think this was by accident? They're all lining up. Who won the 2020 election? Who was president in 2020? It's a gotcha question. Here's look, the easy answer, of course, is by virtue of the fact that we suffered through 4 years of Biden from 2020 to 2024, he was obviously the president. But you're asking me to pretend that we don't have doubts about how he got there. Here was Senator Mark Warner going after Jay Clayton yesterday as well.
As I said repeatedly, if you confirm, you're going to make sure that you speak truth to power. And that means even if the truth is not the preferred narrative that somebody wants to hear. So let me just ask you, it should be a simple question. Do you deny that Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Senator, I'm not an election denier. Joe Biden was certified as the president of the United States.
Election denial is something that we cannot have.
Turn it
so
off.
I'll take that as...
Turn it off. Turn it off. I can't stand it. Because I'll pull out the clip of all the Democrats claiming that Trump didn't win 2016 in a heartbeat. You want to hear that again? You want to go down that path, Mark Warner? Oh, we can't have election denialism? Well, you better tell Hillary. You better go tell Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You better speak to the ghosts of Jimmy Carter and John Lewis. They all denied it. They all denied that Trump was legitimate. You want me to play that clip, that montage? I'm not going to waste your time because they're a joke. The Democrats are engaged in a giant game. They are terrified that their scam of getting illegals to vote is going to go away with the mass deportation effort. That's why they're against it so absurdly, and they are worried that Trump is going to put a lid on election fraud once and for all. John's in Illinois. Hey, John, welcome back. How are you, sir?
It's Mike out of Illinois. Thank you, Mike, for taking my call today.
You bet.
God bless Mike, who moved to the great state of Arkansas and left Illinois stand because it's just horrible in many ways. And God bless him for being able to get that out of there.
You talking about the texter who texted me from Arkansas. Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Yes, sir. And, you were talking about the 2020 election, why it's important that we address that and why we need to, because it's a baseline of leadership.
Amen.
If you have problems in your own household and you don't address them, even if it's in the past, you're prone to go ahead and having them just repeat over and over again. That's why so many people feel a disconnect from our government. They operate their finances outside the boundaries of how our household finances could be operated, and they'd seem to be fine with it. But if we did that, we would lose everything. We would even find ourselves in jail, if not, in worse situations. This is the problem, Mike. People in America do not look for a leader. They're looking for somebody to sweep it under the rug, give them a salesman smile, and say everything is fine. We have to get over that. We have to stop. And it's really even back in the day when Rush Limbaugh was there, we have a culture problem. And that's the culture we're living with right now, and we have to change it.
He makes some terrific points, and I will say this. I will add that I believe that the over-the-top reaction that the beast, that the machine had in destroying the life of Tina Peters or Mike Lindell or anybody who dared to challenge the narrative, the way they destroyed people's lives is the tell. That's the proof. That to me is the evidence that they knew that people were onto them. Am I wrong? 800-655-MIKE.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Mike Gallagher.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton City Council has approved 2 ordinances that allow adult-use cannabis dispensaries in the city. The vote was 4-3, with Councilman Timothy Knabb giving a very impassioned no.
It's been 8,628 days since my daughter Mallory was killed by a man driving a vehicle who was high on marijuana, high on 6 other drugs. She left home on a Saturday morning after Thanksgiving, kissed me goodbye, and never came home Saturday night.
Knabb, during last night's meeting on TV Hamilton, the dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts and will be highly regulated. A middle-aged man suffered life-threatening injuries when he was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road between Walden Pond Circle and Gilmore Road last night. He had to be taken to the Butler County Regional Airport, then flown out by Aircheck. The accident happened around 10:45 p.m. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Division of Unclaimed Funds.
This is Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel reminding you to check for unclaimed funds. Visit unclaimedfunds.ohio.gov and search for your name.
It was another memorable year at Baden High School as we celebrate our 60th graduating class from the outstanding co-ed Catholic High School on New London Road in Hamilton. Strong academics, Christian service, faith life, extracurriculars, and athletics make for a tremendous student experience at Baden. Check us out on the web at badenhs.org and discover why you can be a part of something extraordinary at Baden High School. As the Baden family, the Ramily will tell you, it's not just high school, it's Baden.
Bienvenidos amigos, that's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
This is The Making of America from the Jefferson Media Group. Crazy Horse was a war chief of the Lakota Sioux whose battlefield exploits made him both admired and feared by friends and enemies alike. He grew into manhood fighting the Crow, the Shoshone, Pawnee, Blackfeet, and other traditional enemies. But in the mid-1860s, those enemies banded together in the Black Hills to fight the settlers and the armies sent to protect them. Crazy Horse played decisive roles in those battles, including General Custer's defeat at the Little Bighorn. In life, he refused to have his picture taken, but today, his face is carved onto Thunderhead Mountain and stands 563 feet tall. This has been The Making of America. I'm Michael Emerson, and you can visit us at jeffersonmediagroup.com.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Your wife came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
It's the Dana Show.
That's why you can't have genuine discussions about anything, because the algorithms don't reward it. People get dollar signs in their eyes and they decide to debase themselves even more by getting dumber and dumber and dumber. When we turn into an idiocracy, it will be aided greatly by the structure of social media and its use of algorithms as an editorial tool.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
The video clip of Chuck Schumer passing wind on the Senate floor. It was all over the news last night. The New York Post. Somebody told me, I think Laura Ingraham played it maybe. It was everywhere. Just all over the place. It's a story. And somebody just texted.
Mike Gallagher.
Excuse you. Somebody just texted from Minnesota. Schumer's an old man and we all fart. Get over it. Well, speak for yourself, Minnesota. Excuse me, you may be passing wind all over the place. Some of us have a little self-control. Now, and you got to hear how bad it is. It is blatant. It is obvious. It is hysterical. And this audience, I think, is clamoring to hear it. However, there are people who don't want to hear it. There are people who are going to be offended by it. I think I've got a way to have a win-win. We're on about the midway point of our Food for the Poor campaign to help the victims of the Venezuelan earthquakes. And this wonderful Christian ministry, Food for the Poor, is rushing medical supplies, food, water, tarps, personal hygiene items to the people who have lost everything in Venezuela, because that's what Food for the Poor does. And many of you have supported Food for the Poor over the years, and I'm grateful. I'm so grateful. So I'm inviting you to go to MikeOnline.com to make a donation. I'm hoping that you will help get us to another level. We're almost back where we're almost on track to be where we ought to be. I want us to hit our goal. The goal is almost $50,000. We can do it. This audience never lets me down. You have never failed me. Yesterday, I asked for maybe somebody who might be interested in making a $25,000 donation and come to New York for a big Broadway show and a backstage tour, and you get to meet a big Broadway star in person. And I'll take you to New York like I'm doing another couple in Dallas this fall. Or come to Tampa, Florida if you prefer. I'll take you for a boat ride. Now, how daring am I that I'm going to take a stranger out in the middle of Tampa Bay on a boat? That's like an episode right out of The Sopranos. You may never hear from me again. So, look, if you're interested in the $25,000 tax-deductible donation to help a whole bunch of needy people in Venezuela, just email us your contact information. I was hoping we'd get somebody yesterday, but we're waiting. Mike@MikeOnline.com is our email address. If you're interested, just send us your information, your contact information, and Tracy and the team will reach out, and we'll see if we can't get a big, big donation for Food for the Poor. $25,000. We'll fly you there, our expense. We'll take care of the plane tickets, the hotel. You'll stay in a luxury hotel, and you'll have dinner with me. We'll see a show together. We'll go boating, either Tampa or New York. You decide if you're interested, if you're blessed and you want to pay it forward. And I'm praying that somebody's heart will be touched, because that would be a big way to almost get to our goal. Please just email us, Mike@MikeOnline.com. Now, to the Schumer clip. Again, people, they're like Kay on line 2 here. I don't think she wants me to play it. But I got an idea. I think this might work. If you're willing to contribute $500 to our Venezuelan life-saving efforts, I'll play the clip. If we don't get a $500 donation, I won't play the clip. So that's the dilemma that you might have in front of you. If you're willing, call right now. Tracy's standing by to take your call. Have your credit card ready and call 800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. A $500 contribution will then lead me to play this clip. If we don't get a $500 donation, I can't play the clip. Okay? How about that deal? So if you're willing, $500 tax deductible, you're helping a whole lot of poor people, a lot of needy people, and you're lifting up a wonderful Christian ministry called Food for the Poor. $500 donation. Call right now if you're interested. Call Tracy, 800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. If we get a $500 donor, I'll play it. If we don't, I can't play it. Now, Kay in Taylor, South Carolina, doesn't think I should play the clip. Is that right, Kay? Are you worried about me playing this clip of Chuck Schumer passing gas?
Not really. I just think that you're way far above that in integrity to bother with it. And you have so many good topics to talk about that I think you're wasting your time on it. You are way above that.
But, Kay, $500 to a Christian ministry like Food for the Poor, isn't it worth it? I mean, do you want to hurt these poor people? Huh?
Food for the Poor is such a wonderful Christian organization. And
Amen.
What you're talking about is a waste of time. That's for people that are desperate for attention. And you don't need to get attention. You get it all the time because you're away from that.
You're so sweet. But I think you're putting the bar, you're raising the bar too high with me, I think. I don't think I'm as classy as you think I am. But look,
fool a lot of people then because you are, I think.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, Kay. Well, see what I mean? Kay doesn't want me to play it. And if we don't get a $500 donation, Kay's going to get her wish. But see, I believe that $500 is going to go a long way to getting food and medical supplies and bottles of water and hygiene and all the stuff that the people in Venezuela are needing right now. And like Kay even admitted, Food for the Poor is a beautiful, beautiful ministry. So, look, it's up to you. It's going to come down to one member of the audience. We're holding a line right now. And if you call and come through with a $500 tax-deductible donation that you can share and give the information to Tracy, I'll play the clip. If you don't make the donation, no clip. No clip. Drew's in Silver Spring, Maryland. Hey, Drew, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thanks. I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
Just a quick thing about Chuck Schumer and this farting thing. And I just want to say that anything that comes out of his back end is going to sound a hell of a lot better than anything that comes out of his mouth.
Have you seen the clip yet?
I have not.
Oh boy. All right. Well, wait till you hear it, because you're right. It's a metaphor. I mean, it is a total metaphor. It is a perfect example of what I think it sums up what the Democrat Party is at right now. It's everything that we think the Democrat Party is. And North Carolina just texted, Mike, absolutely, get that donation, play the video. We need a good laugh today. We got to have some fun. Well, thank you, North Carolina. But look, so far, no donors, no takers. If you don't step up, we can't play it. Kay's going to get her wish. Poor Richard from Dallas, who calls all the time, he called in, I agree with Kay. Don't play it. We can't hear Chuck Schumer passing gas. That's offensive. Come on, lighten up. Look, this is so humiliating for the massively important, powerful Chuck Schumer of New York. I mean, that is absolute gold for the world to see and hear what this guy was capable of. And I get that he's 80. Somebody said, well, he did it accidentally. And Eric Hansen said, well, yeah, he's 80. That happens. I hope not. Hope it won't happen to me someday. What, if people just let her rip? That actually did happen to me years ago in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Back in the day when I was a local host in Greenville, Spartanburg, and Anderson, South Carolina, we had a sales rep named Marcia Gelband. And Marcia was a lovely lady. I loved working with her, and she and I went to a client together. You know, when you're in local radio, you go around with the reps and you present your show to a client and you hopefully get them to buy advertising. And Marcia and I were in a store, I'll never forget this, and there was a little old lady standing at the counter. And Marcia and I were walking behind her, and she let one go. And the reaction from Marcia, I will never, ever forget it. I laugh about it to this day, and that was 30 years ago. True story. True story. Now, and here's another text from South Carolina. Mike, fair is fair. Will you play the clip every time you get a $500 donation? Absolutely. I have to. That'll be my obligation. That'll be my necessity. But, so far, nobody coming through. We're going to see. We're going to give you a couple minutes. If you don't call, you don't call. But yes, every time somebody makes a $500 donation, it's like the little slot machine. Ding, ding, ding. Only it'll be Schumer with a decidedly different sound. Not a ding, ding, ding. 800-655-MIKE if you're, and I'm praying right now that somebody's heart will be touched, because $500 will really go a long way. And I'm really hoping and praying you'll come through. 800-655-6453. Speaking of prayer, I mentioned yesterday there is a dear, dear friend of mine who had surgery. And the surgery scared me. First of all, not cancer at all, thank the Lord. But the surgery involved the removal of, if you could believe this, a grapefruit-sized cyst being removed from her body. Now, that to me sounds like a lot, but apparently now with robotics and all that, it's not the massive intensive surgery, but it's not a minor thing. And I prayed that you would pray for my friend, that she would do well with the surgery, and they would get it out, and everything would be great. Well, I'm happy to report, first of all, thank you for your prayers. Thank you for stepping up, because she did great. She had some trouble with some nausea after the surgery. And she had kind of a rough afternoon and early evening, but she slept good. I think the nausea was probably from the general anesthesia. So, but she's doing great. She's going home, headed home today. Praise God. So thank you for praying. Thank you for knowing that she's going to be 100%. I believe strongly in leaning into prayer warriors. And look, right now I'm praying for one person, just one, because I want to play the clip. I don't want to make Kay mad at me, but I want to play this clip. But I can't play unless we get a $500 donation. 800-655-MIKE, hoping you'll come through. My prayer is that one person's heart will be touched, maybe two. I know a lot of people's hearts have been touched over Think Factor, and that's one of our great sponsors, brought to you by the same folks who brought you Relief Factor. If you've ever thought, I wish I could feel more clear, more focused, more in control of my day, now you can. I admit I was starting to forget some little things. Nothing major, no big, massive memory lapses, but I was forgetting some small things. Well, Think Factor came into my life, courtesy of our friends at Relief Factor, and guess what? Game changer. Game changer. This is a powerful blend of nutrients that unlocks mental clarity and precision, nurtures your memory, and boosts your attention. With Think Factor, brain power and performance finally meet for lasting daily results. So make the call now. Again, it's the same folks who brought us Relief Factor. It's Think Factor. Call 800-4RELIEF. 800, the number 4RELIEF, to order your first box.
This fall, Friday night means football.
Here comes the rush to the backfield. Oh, hit in the backfield, a sack. Unfortunately, he was the meat in that sandwich.
Yes, he was.
Ouch. Didn't see it coming. Skips across the 20-yard line. Fumble. Oh, he's hit. Ball's loose. Hamilton has it. So the Big Blue able to force a turnover.
High school game night. The most complete coverage of local high school football on the radio dial returns in August.
I don't believe what I'm witnessing here, Joe Cole.
Don't wake me up. I've never seen a ball game like this.
On WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
All-Pro Anthony Munoz here for Rose Automotive, your all-pro automotive superstore. Rose delivers all-pro value and all-pro service for all makes, all models, all the time. My family and I have made Rose Automotive our one-stop shop for everything automotive. And I mean everything, sales, service, parts, and accessories. You want it, they'll deliver it. Call today at 863-7878. That's right, 863, my number, 7878. Just take exit 24 off I-75 and head to Hamilton. That's Rose Automotive, your new alternative.
There's no greater pain a parent can suffer than losing a child. And yet, heat stroke deaths in hot cars are on the rise. The temperature inside a vehicle can reach deadly levels in just a few minutes. Leaving windows cracked does not help. These preventable deaths can occur even when the outside temperature is as low as 57 degrees. Never leave your baby or child in a vehicle, even for a short period. And always check the back seat before you get out of the car. Where's baby? Look before you lock. For more information, go to nhtsa.gov/heatstroke.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Join me to rally to read 100 books.
Attention families and teachers. Reading is Fundamental invites you to join Rally to Read, a free reading campaign to inspire a love of books. Visit rallytoread.org to take the pledge to read 100 books. Enjoy monthly themes with popular author read-alouds and explore the fun reading activities. Plus, educators can enter for a chance to win 100 new books for their own school. Rules apply. Visit rallytoread.org today.
Rally to read!
Don't let biased algorithms or degree screens or exclusive professional networks or stereotypes. Don't let anything keep you from discovering the half of the workforce who are stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time to tear the paper ceiling and see the stars beyond it. Find out how you can make stars part of your talent strategy at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
It's the Dana Show.
It's not just a New York thing anymore. It's happening all across the country in the Democrat Party. And they think that they're going to cozy up with Islamists and walk away with them voting communist. No, you're going to walk away with Sharia. That's the Red-Green Alliance. And the unfinished story of the Red-Green Alliance is that the Green wins every single time. Communism, it is an indulgence of idiots. That's what communism is.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Text line blowing up. People are asking. Look, South Carolina writes, Chuck Schumer was actually a little brave because let's face it, he had a 50-50 chance of it not just being wind at his age and condition. LOL. That's pretty rough. Iowa writes, look, what you're probably going to play is the sound of Schumer hitting the fan. And finally, Illinois writes, please, 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 Mike, just lower the bar so low that I can slither over it. I would love to hear this clip and have this laugh right now. And finally to Illinois, Mike, this is the funniest thing I've ever heard. You're hysterical. I can't believe that you managed to get donations for your Food for the Poor campaign while having fun with the Schumer clip. Well, that's the idea. We want to have a little fun. And guess what? We do have a donor. We have Mike in Eden Prairie, Minnesota. God bless you, Mike. You've donated $500 to our campaign. I am so thankful because I was praying because, look, $500 is going to get a lot of medical supplies, food, bottled water to the people of Venezuela. So thank you very, very much, Mike in Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Thanks to you, the audience can be treated to this.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration can say
that was it. That was it. I mean, it's just, and he pauses. And as people pointed out, he actually smirked a little bit after he did it. So he knew he did it. It's kind of like he had that kind of impish little, oops. And wait a minute, what's this? Uh-oh. We had Mike from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, with a $500 donation. What's this? We've got Jack in Colorado. Look, it's my obligation. Them's the rules. I said for every $500 donation that came in, I'd play it again. So, okay. Thank you, Jack. Jack's called us before. I like Jack. He's a good caller. We've got him on hold there. Hey, Jack in Colorado, this one's for you.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration...
He just keeps talking like it's like he didn't do anything, but he smirks. He smiles a little bit. But again, don't be mad at me. I'm only doing my duty, okay? This is my duty to share with you and this made news. It wasn't just me. I mean, apparently it was on, it was in the New York Post and TMZ. So don't shoot the messenger. Don't forget President Trump's speech tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. And golly, what's he going to do? I'm going to have some fun tonight. By the way, can I do this? I can bring our text line with me to my home because it's a computer program. And I love interacting with people when there's a primetime address at night when I'm not in the radio or TV studios at Salem News Channel or Salem Radio Network. So you know what I'd like us to do? Why don't you text me tonight? If you think about it, 800-655-MIKE. I'll head into the text line. I'll go into the text room, and you can go ahead and we'll interact with each other via text, okay? So 800-655-6453. We'll talk and we'll chat. We'll react in real time. I'll text you back, and it'll be a way that we can kind of be personally connected during and after President Trump's national address, which again will be carried on Salem News Channel tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. President Trump's speech. And look, I hope that he's going to tackle this. And reportedly, I mean, as it's been reported in the news, that he's going to lay out evidence that there was Chinese interference in the U.S. election. CBS is reporting that Beijing compromised U.S. voter data, and the CIA knew about it, but withheld the information from him during his first term in office. Speech is expected to be attended by senior administration officials, including the directors of the CIA, FBI, DNI, and DHS. Now, the White House has not confirmed CBS's report, but it actually could be a massive thing. Will the broadcast networks carry it? Who cares? We're going to carry it. Salem News Channel, SNC.TV. Coming up, what about these data centers and this drama about them? I had a pretty eye-opening conversation the other day with somebody who claims that they're going to be surveillance centers by the government. Have you heard that? The latest conspiracy theory. We'll try to track it all down for you coming up. When it comes to supplements, two things matter most: that it works and that you can trust it. Rather than just tell you about Relief Factor like I like to do, we'll let the customers do it. We hear from people every single day whose lives have changed and we'd like to hear a few of their stories. Mark was in tears from his daily hand joint discomfort, but after 1 week on Relief Factor, he felt 50% better. Now he barely notices any pain. He loves the customer service. He's so happy. He's spreading the word to everyone, and Mark is just one of many. I'm one of many. No more lower back pain for me, Mike Gallagher. Will you be the next person telling us Relief Factor gave you your life back? 3 weeks for just $17.76. Give it a try. Simply go to ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-4RELIEF. 800, the number 4-RELIEF. You'll connect with their friendly local team, and they'll do everything they can to help you. We hope you'll soon be sharing your story with us, too. Relief Factor. Call 800, the number 4-RELIEF, or go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Every day in Israel, when disaster strikes, one organization answers the call, Magen David Adom, Israel's national emergency medical service. Their teams respond 24 hours a day to terror attacks, heart attacks, car crashes, providing life-saving care to anyone in need. Since the Hamas attacks on October 7, 2023, 40 Magen David Adom medical professionals have been killed by terrorists. When Israel is under attack, Magen David Adom's paramedics are there saving lives. But this work is not just done in wartime. Magen David Adom is Israel's 911 service. Their life-saving work depends on the generosity of you and me. You can support them at SavingLifeIsrael.org. Your gift helps provide ambulances, medical supplies, blood reserves, and the equipment needed to save lives. Please give today. SavingLifeIsrael.org, SavingLifeIsrael.org, or call 800-327-0084. That's 800-327-0084. And thank you.
Mike Gallagher.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Oh, no, ball up in the air, intercepted by Baden. It was picked off. Sackenheim came up with it.
Basketball.
Rebound, Freeman kicks it out, 3-ball. Cooper Ross got it. Off an offensive board. Way to go.
And baseball.
That one hit the air, center field, getting by. It's going to go all the way to the wall. One run's going to score, and slamming on the brakes, Kenny Pope.
WMOH.
It's game time, boys.
Let's get it on.
1450 The Ticket.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH. Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
Paul, Arnett Thomason. Tightening the screws on Iran, the U.S. stepping up airstrikes on the Islamic Republic as control of the Strait of Hormuz remains key to the dispute between Washington and Tehran. The American military struck multiple sites.
Targets farther north, as well as areas around the capital, Tehran, and firing into a ship accused of trying to break the U.S. naval blockade. Iran again retaliating with missile and drone fire targeting Bahrain and Kuwait. Tehran says U.S. strikes have killed more than 35 people in recent days and wounded more than 300.
I had to take tough action because they did not obey what they're supposed to obey. I mean, they just didn't do it.
But at the U.S. Army War College in Pennsylvania Wednesday, President Trump insisted Iran is looking to strike a deal. That interim deal to end the war appears to have been shredded. I'm Ben Thomas.
President Trump will address the nation this evening, a prime-time speech from the White House, expected to focus at least in part on election integrity.
It's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger. Because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement.
There have been dozens of high water rescues across parts of waterlogged south central Texas, the region flooded by days of torrential rains, and it's not over yet. Across the northern U.S., it's heat, all that humidity, and smoke across a vast area. Close to 200 wildfires burning in Canada, filling the air on this side of the border with a smoky haze. On Wall Street this hour, stocks are mixed. The Dow is up 137 points, while the Nasdaq down 164. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Spring is here, and if you're staring at a home improvement project, wondering how you're going to pay for it, or looking at a big credit card bill piling up, I want you to know about my friends Mike and Brian and the team at Fellowship Home Loans. For over 20 years, Mike and Brian have been helping families like yours tap into something they already have, equity in their own home. A HELOC, a cash-out refi, a debt consolidation loan to wipe out those high-interest credit cards. Whatever fits your situation, Fellowship Home Loans will build it around you. Everything's done in-house, one roof, one team, all with a servant-led mentality. From your very first phone call to closing, you're going to get people who know your name and treat you like family. I know. I'm a customer. Right now, they're offering a free mortgage checkup, no pressure, just a real look at your options. Go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, or call 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453. Fellowship Home Loans, mortgage lending by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 819382.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Medicinal and adult use cannabis dispensaries get the green light to operate in the city of Hamilton. City Council voting 4-3 last night to lift the ban and impose regulations on dispensaries. Mayor Pat Mueller was one of the 3 no votes.
I also believe that there's a correlation between an increased number of emergency room visits and dispensary availability. In my mind, that correlation has a negative impact on public health providers, and public safety.
Mueller, during last night's meeting on TV Hamilton, the dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts. Butler County is under an air quality advisory for a 3rd day in a row. A middle-aged man was said to be in critical condition after he was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road near Walden Ponds and Gilmore Road last night. He had to be flown to UC by Aircheck. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
For sale. Motorcycle, a beauty. You see it, you'll want it. It's for sale because of what I didn't see. The cops. So I got busted for riding drunk. Now I've got some heavy fines and legal bills to pay. So call me. You'll get a great deal, because clearly, I'm an idiot.
Cops are cracking down on drinking and riding all across the country, and they'll see you before you see them. Ride sober. Or get pulled over.
For many of our brave service members, the battle never ends. American Humane Society is dedicated to supporting our heroes, both human and canine. Through their Pups for Patrons program, specially trained service dogs are provided to military veterans or retired first responders at no cost. American Humane Society also reunites retired military working dogs with their handlers, heroes who served on the front line. American Humane Society is there, ensuring that no hero is left behind. Join us at AmericanHumane.org.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Intercepted in the end zone by Lakota West. Chris Bradley stepped in front of that pass. Bradley's second pick of the game.
Basketball.
Free from the corner. Yeah, Gavin Caesar knocks it down. Hail Caesar.
And baseball.
Ground ball, alternate short. This could be it. To throw across the diamond, and he's out. That does it. Rams win. Rams win. The Baden Rams are the 2026 Division III state champions.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
From the wild world of D.C. politics to America's culture clash, brace yourself for the reality check you've been waiting for. The one and only Mike Gallagher.
You know what I really love about the debate over whether the networks are going to carry President Trump's address tonight or not? I love the fact that the reality is that the broadcast networks are becoming completely irrelevant. I noticed that months ago I stopped watching. I used to watch, I try to ingest a lot of media, of course, to do this show. I pay attention, try to look at a lot of different sites, even sites that I, objectively and ideologically disagree with. I like to know what the other side is thinking, what they're saying, how they're trying to justify the Democrats' miserable place that they are in right now, the anti-Semitism, the political violence, the open borders, yes, even election fraud. Ask a Democrat why they oppose voter ID laws. They can't tell you. There's no logical answer. Unless they say, well, we think black people are too stupid to be able to figure out how to get a photo ID. Unless they try to tell you that, well, poor people have no ability to present a form of ID in life. They have no answer. They want to be able to cheat. That moment at that New York City polling place in November of 2016 will stay with me for the rest of my life. Little old lady manning the polls, sitting behind her little counter there in Midtown Manhattan. I went to vote, pulled out my wallet, attempted to show her my driver's license, and she laughed at me and said, we don't need any kind of an identification here. This is New York. That's right. Part of a lot of reasons why I moved to Florida. Because in Florida, you can be sure they scrutinize that you are who you say you are. Governor DeSantis is our governor, not Kathy Hochul. We do things differently here in Florida. They do things differently in red states than they do in blue states. Hope President Trump addresses it tonight. He's supposedly going to. He reportedly is going to reveal information about China interfering with our elections and suppressing that information. We'll see. We'll carry it for you on Salem News Channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. I hope you have a chance to engage with all of us. I'm going to be on the text line tonight during the speech. So check that out. If you want to text me, I'll be on there, 800-655-MIKE during the address. I always feel like I want to be connected with you in hours where we're not necessarily live doing the show. And so I always feel like there's got to be a better way. There's got to be another way we'll do it. Someday Eric and Yasmin and Tracy and I will put our heads together and we'll figure out a way that even from my living room that I can kind of interact with you. Because look, history might be made tonight. I don't know. We're going to see what he has to say. So again, check it out, snc.tv, for all the various ways you can watch Salem News Channel. Salem News Channel's coverage begins at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. I had a little bit of a dispute with my podcast pal and my dear friend Mark Davis this morning because John Ossoff was grilling Trump's Director of National Intelligence nominee, Jay Clayton, on Capitol Hill yesterday. And Ossoff is reportedly kind of on the bubble here about whether or not he was legitimately elected in Georgia. At least that's the online rumor. Online, the rumor is that both Ossoff and Warnock had help in nefarious ways. Wouldn't that be something if Trump reveals that tonight? It's going to be one of the most highly anticipated speeches, perhaps, of the year. And we're going to see. And again, a huge debate. AOC and others are pressuring ABC, CBS, NBC not to carry it in primetime. Well, the fact is, it doesn't matter. If they don't want to carry it because they're so biased and they're afraid of offending the woke mob on the left, that's what Salem News Channel exists for. It's not like you're not going to have access to the speech. So this is actually kind of a good thing. Back to my original point, the networks are becoming irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. Yesterday, I was watching on actually Salem News Channel when I saw this exchange between Senator John Ossoff from Georgia and Trump's DNI nominee, Jay Clayton. Mark Davis, my podcast friend, and I hope you will join us on the podcast. Follow us, like, subscribe, M&M Extra. We do it every day. Wherever you get your podcasts, including YouTube, check it out, M&M Extra. We had a 25% growth in audience from May to June, I found out yesterday. The podcast is building. More people hear it and see it, the more you like it. So I hope you'll join us. But my day with Mark starts at 7:35 his time, and we visit over different issues, and we debate, and we chat, and sometimes we don't agree. We definitely don't agree about this one, because Mark thought that the optics of DNI nominee Jay Clayton's answer the optics were bad. Mark thought that he did not answer this appropriately. And Mark had this long speech about the way Jay Clayton should have answered the question. The question, of course, is a gotcha question. The question, of course, is coming from a Democrat senator in Georgia whose election integrity is being questioned. The question is coming from a party that doesn't want voter ID, a party that doesn't want you to think that anything went wrong in 2020, a party that dares you to challenge the outcome of the election. Because if you do, well, in years past, they destroyed you. They did everything within their power to ruin your life, to debank you, to deplatform you, to get you fired from a job. Ask Mike Lindell what they did to him because he believes in election integrity. Ask Tina Peters what they did to her. So yesterday, I thought Jay Clayton's answer was perfect. He didn't take the bait. He wasn't going to play John Ossoff's game. Mark disagrees with me. Let's see what you think.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do this with you.
This is a job interview. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee. Yes, you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
Like I said, I'm not going to get into that with you.
But you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee.
Is anything that I just said not honest or forthright?
Yes, you're not being honest or forthright. Who won the 2020 election?
I think I've answered the question. We can keep doing this.
Well, we're going to keep doing it because you're not being honest and forthright.
I'm not going to engage in the theater.
It's a simple question, Mr. Clayton.
And I've answered.
Who won the 2020 presidential election?
I've answered it.
You're here asking for the support of senators to lead America's intelligence community. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee and with the American public, but you refuse to answer a simple matter of fact about the 2020 election. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Then answer the question. Who won the 2020 election?
I have answered the question.
Answer it. What is your answer?
I've given you my answer.
What is your answer? You refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election, but you asked to lead America's intelligence community? Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question, to have to indulge the president's delusions? We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
Yeah, and he did give the answer. Ossoff accused him of not being honest and truthful and refusing to answer. No, he just didn't like Clayton's answer. Clayton's answer was, I'm not going to take the bait. Clayton was very specific. I'm not going to do this with you. We're not going to play your game. Everybody in that room knew it was a gotcha question. Everybody knew that was John Ossoff's desperate attempt to try to box this guy into a corner and make him out to be some crazy, wild-eyed conspiracy theorist. It's not a conspiracy theory to look back at 2020 and know that the world was upside down, that the Democrats bum-rushed all kinds of rules changes to our election processes, the drive-through mail-in ballots, all the crap they pulled, the elections that stopped in the middle of the night, All the crap they pulled, all because of COVID. Oh, COVID, you can't show up and vote. So what are we going to do? They saw COVID as the excuse to pull a whole lot of wool over a whole lot of people's eyes. Remember the clip I used to play from Jane Fonda? Let me put Eric to the test, see if Eric can get his hands on it. Because she was the one Democrat who said the quiet part out loud. She's the one Democrat who confirmed exactly what the scheme was, what the game was. And of course Eric has it at his fingertips because he's that good. Never forget what Democrat activist, the actress, good old Hanoi Jane herself, once said about COVID and the Democrats.
COVID is God's gift to the left.
Yep. That's not AI. That's not manufactured. That's Jane Fonda. COVID is God's gift to the left. And she giggled because she knows. Because she knows. I hope President Trump addresses election integrity head on tonight. I don't care what people think the optics are of looking back at 2020. I don't care what anybody says about Trump, relentlessly like a dog with the bone trying to fix our election process in America. He needs to. Americans don't trust our election process. That's why the Save America Act has to get passed. That's why Thune and these other rhinos have got to get off their butts and get the damn thing passed. The House is doing everything possible to get it done. And Thune doesn't want it done. Well, he better. He better fix this. 800-655-MIKE. Happy Thursday. Welcome into the Relief Factor Studios. We got a lot to cover today. 800-655-6453. And give me your take. You think Mark is right? Was Jay Clayton's answer a poor one? Or do you agree with me that he was spot on? Good for him. Don't take the bait. Don't play their game. Don't be subjected to their theatrics. It's just a gotcha effort. And no one should take the bait. No one. 800-655-6453. Portions of our show sponsored by Rough Greens, BHA, BHT, ethoxyquin, propylene glycol. These are all the ingredients that are likely in your dog's food. And the trouble is your dog loves their food, right? It's going to be really hard to change a dog's food, especially if a dog is older. But you know what you can do? You can sprinkle Rough Greens on top of the food. They will love the taste, and you're going to love what it does for them. Rough Greens is America's #1 dog supplement. Rough Greens is packed with live probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, over 20 vitamins and minerals, all natural, made in the USA. I've got about four people in my life who swear by Rough Greens and what it's doing for their dog. I can get you a free Jumpstart trial bag today. You just cover the shipping costs. Order today. Roughgreens.com. Rough is spelled R-U-F-F. Remember that. Rough Greens is R-U-F-F. Go to roughgreens.com. Enter the promo code Mike G. Free Jumpstart trial bag. Rough Greens. So great, it'll make any dog ask for it by name.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate, like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-2085, 800-555-2085, or biglou.com.
Imagine hearing a rocket siren, grabbing your medical bag and running toward the explosion instead of away from it. Well, that's what the men and women of Magen David Adom do every single time. As Israel's National Emergency Medical Service, they respond to millions of emergency calls for help every year. They also manage Israel's national blood supply. Since October 7, 2023, 40 Magen David Adom medical professionals have been killed while serving their communities. During the recent attacks from Iran, they treated thousands of civilians who were wounded. And on days when the skies are clear, they continue to respond to thousands of emergency calls for help as Israel's 911 service. 90% of their nearly 40,000 EMTs, paramedics, and first responders are volunteers, and they're funded almost entirely by friends like you. Give today. SavingLifeIsrael.org, SavingLifeIsrael.org, or you could call 800-327-0084, 800-327-0084, and thank you.
Mike Gallagher. WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Let me get this straight. An official in the Zoran Mamdani administration wanted to meet with the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations. The Trump administration intervened, and apparently the meeting did not take place. Why would you want to meet with Iran during wartime when Iran is already violating the Memorandum of Understanding? Why? Well, because Zoran Mamdani believes that Trump is a bigger threat to the world than these Iranian fanatics.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Build your future with Cincinnati State's construction engineering program. Learn how to read blueprints, estimate costs, manage job sites, and coordinate construction projects from start to finish. This hands-on program prepares you for careers in construction management and the building industry. If you're ready to help shape the world around you, start here. Enroll today. Visit cincinnatисtate.edu/start.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Childhood cancer it's a long road. It's hard, but St. Jude has gotten us through it. St. Jude is hope that you have a chance at life. And it goes such a long way for every child diagnosed with cancer because everything that's learned is shared all over the world. It's awesome.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
The Mike Gallagher Show in the ReliefFactor.com studios.
A message from Philip in Keller, Texas on the text line. I think the best way of addressing this question, who was the president in 2020, who won, turn the question around. Ask them who won the 2016 election. And Philip is so right. And as we get ready for Trump's speech tonight, it's important to remember what they did, what they said. All of them. Hillary, John Lewis. This is a who's who. Jimmy Carter. This is a montage put together. It's so long, we'll have to cut out of it early because of our bottom of the hour break. But if you want to turn it around, ask them who won the 2016 election, because a whole bunch of Democrats said it wasn't Trump.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
How can you win with Russian interference, though?
That's a real
what I'm
thing.
scared about in 2020.
But rightly.
Because I think he's an illegitimate president that didn't really win. So how do you fight against that in 2020.
You are absolutely right.
He's an illegitimate president in my mind.
Would you be my vice presidential candidate? Folks, look, I absolutely agree.
Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put in office because the Russians interfered.
Trump knows he's an illegitimate president.
The president-elect, although legally elected, is not legitimate.
I don't see this president-elect as a legitimate president.
You said you believe that Russia's interference altered the outcome of the election.
I do. We have a president who, if in fact it is proven, has been assisted by the Russians and may in fact not be a legitimate president.
The one thing that Trump is fearful of when it comes to his being president is that finally we will see how illegitimate his victory actually was.
Now look, this goes on for 10 minutes. I'm not kidding you. You want to get that clip? That was the RNC put that together a few years ago, and we've got it in the archives, and we'll pull it out regularly. You could just text the keyword fraud to our text line, which is 800-655-MIKE. Text the keyword fraud to 800-655-6453. We'll send you back the entire clip, and Philip and Keller is right. Turn it around on them. Maybe you'll be texting me on your Pure Talk phone. Never been a better time to take Pure Talk out for a test drive. Fast, reliable. You'll love it. Any Pure Talk plan right now, for a limited time, first time ever they've made this offer, any plan, $15 a month for your first 3 months. That's any plan, including their unlimited data plan, even their top-tier $65 plan. $15 a month for your first 3 months. That's a savings of up to $150. I'd switch today now because this offer is extremely short-lived. It's a limited offer. Make the switch to Pure Talk like I did. Enjoy your first 3 months of talk, text, and data for $15 a month. All you have to do is grab your phone, dial pound 250. When prompted, say the keyword Mike Gallagher. It's that simple. You'll reach a customer service rep who's based here in the USA, not in Mumbai. This is what Pure Talk is all about. Dial pound 250. When prompted, say the keyword Mike Gallagher and connect to my cell phone company, America's Pure Talk.
Mike Gallagher.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton City Council votes to allow medicinal and adult use marijuana dispensaries in the city. The vote was 4-3, with Eric Pullman one of the no votes.
We smell it everywhere. Smell it at drive-thrus. We smell it if you're on a good summer day when you got the windows down. It smells. I smell it on the golf course, okay?
The dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts, and they will be highly regulated. Speaking of breathable air, Butler County is once again under an air quality advisory through midnight. Some state lawmakers have proposed a bill to block local governments from banning or even regulating short-term rental properties. A former teacher indicted in Preble County, 45-year-old Kristen Shamel, is accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student at Eaton Middle School back in 2014. A man was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road near Walden Pond Circle in Fairfield Township last night. The victim air-cared to UC Hospital. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Bienvenidos amigos, that's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
This is Seth Leibson for Townhall.com. The late philosopher Hannah Arendt wrote that the power of toxic ideologies like fascism and communism, once they take hold, can prove impossible to reform. Now add apocalyptic theocracy to that fascism and you have a rough understanding of Iran's leadership. The West and hopefully many in the Trump administration are learning that now. As the Wall Street Journal and others reported, Iranian leadership plotted its third assassination on President Donald Trump last week. This after the United States had already decimated Iran's military. Federal courts had previously identified 2 other plots to assassinate Donald Trump, as well as several of his former cabinet officials. While many Americans recoil at notions of regime change in Iran, Iranian leadership has no such compunction about trying to effect regime change in America, and via assassination. And it appears almost nothing will shake Iran's fascist theocracy into moderation or civility. This is who and what we are fighting in Iran. Let's complete the job and help make gentler the life of this world.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Life jackets help save lives. They come in a variety of choices and exciting new styles.
Boating safety begins with the choices we make before leaving the dock. What's holding you up? This message brought to you by the Ohio Division of Watercraft.
The fun and sun of boating in Ohio is always exciting. As you head out on the water, remember to properly load your boat. And for safety's sake, keep your life jacket on at all times. This message brought to you by the Ohio Division of Watercraft.
Courage. I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
It's the Dana Show.
That's why you can't have genuine discussions about anything, because the algorithms don't reward it. People get dollar signs in their eyes, and they decide to debase themselves even more by getting dumber and dumber and dumber. When we turn into an idiocracy, it will be aided greatly by the structure of social media and its use of algorithms as an editorial tool.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Miami University football.
It's a race up the middle to the 20, cutting to the near side, touchdown, 74 yards.
The new season begins September 5th as the Redhawks take on Pittsburgh on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. Mike Gallagher.
I've got a funny feeling about Trump's speech tonight. This is not being just reported on, of course, by conservative media. Jennifer Jacobs is the senior White House correspondent over at CBS News. And apparently the sources to CBS News are saying that part of Trump's speech tonight will touch on previously unreported Chinese meddling in U.S. elections. Some evidence shows Beijing compromised U.S. voter data. And this is evidence the CIA knew and didn't share with the Trump administration during his first term, per her sources. And she's a good reporter. Cabinet officials are expected to be in the audience. Now, Catherine Herridge took exception to what Jennifer posted on X, because Catherine Herridge said, look, John Solomon posted an investigative report in April on the China 2020 election meddling. Catherine Herridge says, in April, our team revealed a whistleblower complaint about suppression of the Chinese intelligence. Catherine rather respectfully says to Jennifer Jacobs, while it's hard to keep track of every development, let's try to acknowledge each other's work to move the story forward. Independent journalism on X is where the news lives. And I agree with Catherine Herridge. Nothing against Jennifer or CBS or any. I mean, look, the heritage companies are biased. I think they're left leaning. Look at network reporters and correspondents who left the employ of those networks to go into independent platforms like Substack and, you know, the podcast and everything. They're hard left. They hate conservatism. Now, there are exceptions. Catherine Herridge is an exception, so that's not across the board, but it's often the case. And if CBS News is reporting on what sources are saying about Trump's, and Jennifer Jacobs is reporting this like it is certainly a bona fide, legitimate, serious story, that China meddled in our elections and compromised U.S. voter data. Look, then where do we go? What do we do then? I mean, people are suggesting that some of these senators like Ossoff and Warnoff who were elected, they weren't legitimately elected. I mean, and then what are we going to do if It's alleged that 2020 was rigged against Trump. Does he get to run a third term? Because he should have gotten the second term? We can have a modern-day Franklin D. Roosevelt. He'll be in office 9 terms. It's their worst nightmare. They're developing hives and having seizures as we speak. But isn't that, I think it's going to be big. We're going to carry it on Salem News Channel if CBS, ABC, or NBC don't carry it. And what a gutless move that'll be if they don't carry it. But again, who cares when you got platforms like SNC? SNC.TV. Coverage begins 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. I'll be texting away as Mark Davis always accuses me of doing, like a little school kid. I'll be a schoolgirl. I'll be on the text line. I'm going to open up the laptop, make a note, text me if you feel like it, because I'll be there. Lonely old Mike in his living room watching the coverage and texting 800-655-MIKE. Remember the text line for tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, because I want to connect with you. I love connecting with this audience. I was talking to Jen Horn yesterday, who I love dearly. She's the morning host of The Answer in Los Angeles on AM 870, The Answer, KRLA. And she and I and Scott Jennings and Larry O'Connor and Kurt Schlichter, we're all going to be your hosts for the big Gulf of America cruise that sails out of the port of Fort Lauderdale on November the 14th. I'm going to tell you right here, right now, it'll be a vacation you won't forget. A vacation, there's nothing like being on a cruise ship with hundreds of patriots. And remember, don't try to book directly with Holland America because we won't be able to give you access to all of our exclusive private events that we're going to do at the world stage. We have a ball. We have so much fun. And look, picture it, the Bahamas, Grand Cayman Islands, Cozumel, Jamaica, the sun, the crystal blue waters of the Caribbean, and this beautiful cruise ship, the Eurodam. It's November 14th through the 21st, and there's just a few days left for you to lock it in. Text the keyword cruise to 94878. We'll send you back the link. Just text cruise to 94878, or just go to my website, MikeOnline.com, MikeOnline.com. Larry's in Detroit, Michigan. Larry, what do you think? You think tonight's Trump speech is going to be a big deal?
You know what? I believe so. I'm really not sure. You know, I'm like you. I'm a hit and miss on whether or not he should go back into 2020. Today, it's a yes, he should. You know, yesterday, well, you know, let's, you know, what the scriptures tell us is put our own house in order. And, and I'm going, well, maybe that's what he's got to do right now. There's so much going on in the world, and I have compassion for everybody. But in order for us to really be successful, we have to put our own house in order. It's just a simple little
that's just it. And if anybody's willing to do it, look at right now, Larry, the reality we're facing with John Thune, who clearly doesn't want the Save America Act passed. You got Mike Lee continually saying there are numerous paths for the Senate to vote yes on the Save America Act. John Thune gets in front of the cameras and the microphones and babbles and does a whole lot of mumbo-jumbo and word salads, acting like it can't be done. And I'd love to know, if it can't be done, why would a U.S. Senator with integrity like Mike Lee insist it can be done? If it can be done, get it done. Last night I saw a clip of Thune admitting that Americans want the Save America Act passed. And it's infuriating. Because you know something, Senator Thune? Then move heaven and earth to get the thing passed. Do all you can do. You're the leader. You're the Senate Majority Leader. Instead, he makes excuses. Instead, he gives these convoluted explanations. You know what I think? I think he doesn't want it passed. We're going to see. We're going to see. I got a note last night, an email from Elaine in Simpsonville, South Carolina, who said, Mike, I watch you every day on Salem News Channel, and you have lost weight. I have. You want to know how much? About 14 pounds in about 3.5 weeks. Right back where I needed to be, because PhD weight loss came to my rescue years ago. And then I got sloppy this year. I fell off the wagon, put some weight on, decided to take it back off because now I know what to do thanks to Dr. Ashley Lucas. Now I know how to lose the weight thanks to Dr. Ashley Lucas. Now I'm not going to be addicted to a shot or a pill for the rest of my life thanks to Dr. Lucas. And I get to tell you about this extraordinary weight loss program that led to my 50-plus pounds of weight loss, PhD weight loss. Right now, when you call and mention Mike, you're going to get 2 free weeks, and they'll pay for the cost of your food. That's a $1,500 value. Make the call today that can change your life forever. 864-644-1900. Make that call, mention Mike, and tell them, and they'll get 2 free weeks added and free food. Their free food, 864-644-1900. PhD Weight Loss, 864-644-1900, or visit myphdweightloss.com. I've been behind this microphone for over 40 years, and I can honestly say I've never received a bigger response from those who have found Chapter. What is Chapter? Well, these guys are Medicare savants, because let's be honest, enrolling in Medicare has got to be one of the most confusing and scammy processes imaginable. For my own Medicare enrollment, the government, in its infinite wisdom, tried to hit me with late enrollment penalties before I'd even turned 65. So I made one phone call to Chapter, and they made my problem vanish. These guys will go to the ends of the earth to make sure you have the coverage that is perfect for you and that you get the benefits you deserve. Best of all, Chapter is no cost for anyone. Just dial 25 Medicare. 25 Medicare. It's a dedicated line set up for you. Chapter has helped hundreds in this audience, including me, find the right Medicare coverage, and they can help you too. Make the call. Again, it's absolutely free. Just takes a few minutes. Call Chapter 25 Medicare. Dial 25 Medicare today.
Mike Gallup. Are you tired of the long wait times at your favorite place on a busy Friday night? WMOH 1450 The Ticket has your reservation covered.
He's off to the races. He's got a reservation for 6. He's gone. Touchdown.
Make your reservation with us, and we promise no snooty maitre d's.
Snooty. Snooty?
High school game night, installed by AE Door and Window. Fridays this fall on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I weep for the future.
Think, achieve, serve, lead, and succeed at Baden High School, the outstanding co-ed Catholic high school in Hamilton. Strong academics, faith life and Christian service, athletic competition, and extracurricular activities give students a well-rounded opportunity at Baden, where the Ramily creates a memorable experience. Check us out on the web at badenhs.org. 4 years of high school and values for a lifetime. Remember, once a Ram, always a Ram.
Looking to build a career in business? Cincinnati State's business management program gives you practical, job-ready skills in operations, leadership, marketing, and entrepreneurship. You'll learn how businesses run day-to-day and develop the skills to step into the region's in-demand opportunities or grow your business idea. Flexible, affordable, and career-focused. Enroll today. Visit cincinnatistate.edu/start.
It's mosquito season in Ohio and time to fight the bite. Some mosquitoes can carry diseases like West Nile, lacrosse, and Zika viruses. Protect yourself and your family this season. Wear EPA-registered repellent when you go outside. Stay indoors during peak mosquito time, and remove standing water around your home where mosquitoes breed. Also, wear long sleeves and pants when possible. Tell mosquitoes to buzz off and fight the bite. For more information, click on ohio.gov/mosquito. This message brought to you by the Ohio Department of Health.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
At VA, veterans receive world-class health care and are treated with respect and dignity. Women veterans receive specialized care for their unique needs. Veterans with PTSD experience life-saving therapies. Paralyzed veterans access new technologies to improve mobility. Whole Health is changing primary and specialty care at VA for the care, respect, and compassion veterans deserve. Choose VA. Visit choose.va.gov.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, Exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Mike Gallagher. Every day, Mike visits with Mark Davis, morning host on 660 AM The Answer in Dallas. Here's today's M&M Experience.
I've gotten a bunch of feedback, a lot of emails from people who never even knew we existed. They found the podcast. They love it. Now they're even looking for our shows, our talk shows during the day. So, I am trying to, you and I are kind of finding our footing. I mean, first of all, we could do this thing all day long. We love doing it. We have so much fun doing it. But I also wonder if we shouldn't spend even more time on the podcast not covering the things we cover on our talk shows, because we do revisit a lot of the important issues that we're facing on our talk shows, and then we do those too on the podcast. Now, we also are more relaxed, and we're more, there's no time constraints. I think we have more fun. For example, I'm going to have to play Chuck Schumer at the podium in the well of the Senate yesterday.
Is the fart real? Is that an AI
fart?
It's
real. Oh, it's real. No, it ain't AI. That ain't AI. He had an unfortunate body function, bodily function. But would I do that on the talk show? Maybe, but probably not.
You know you will.
Probably.
Because you're 12.
But that's right. Well, who doesn't like a good fart joke? Come on. Who doesn't like an inappropriate?
If it's in the well of the Senate.
Well, Mark, it was in the New York Post. It was on TMZ. It was treated like a legitimate story, not AI. He is right in the middle of a sentence about Iran, and he lets one rip, and it's bad. I mean, it's so. Anyway, I think we are looser on the podcast than we are the talk show.
A little bit.
But I also don't want to miss the stuff that we're also covering on the talk show, because the podcast audience, which is largely not the talk show audience, wants to hear us talk about, for example, tonight's big speech.
Yep.
I am so intrigued by what you did just now before we started the M&M Experience, taking Jay Clayton to task for his, I thought, perfect answer when John Ossoff was trying to press him. Who won the 2020 election? Now,
perfect.
We know it's a gotcha question. We understand that. He did say, incidentally, during the course of that testimony, you left out the part where he did say Biden was certified. He did agree to that. He did agree that Biden received the required electoral votes, and he did say later that during that back and forth that the election results were certified. But here's what's funny: what you did. I think this is fascinating. Yeah. You're a smart guy. Don't take this the wrong way.
Oh.
You said, here's what he should say. Yes. Because all Ossoff was saying was, who won the 2020 election?
Right.
Again, gotcha question. We get it. We understand it. And by the way, it's all hell's going to break loose tonight when Trump apparently claims that China upended the Georgia electoral process, and Ossoff isn't even legitimate. Oh boy, get ready for this one. And I know Republicans who are literally doing Chuck Schumer, only worse, because they don't want this. They don't want to go back to 2020. And there is a big bunch of people on our side who say, can we let 2020 go, please? And the counter argument to that, as you know, is, well, forget election integrity, and we're never going to have a legitimate election again. We can't let it go. We should not let it go. We must focus on it. Anyway, so you take this guy to task because he says, I'm not doing that. I'm not playing that game. Right. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So you said, here's what he should have done. Then you launched into a 4-minute Mark Davis monologue. Now, let me tell you something, my friend. They ain't going to let you give that answer as a potential cabinet nominee. They would stop you 10 seconds into your monologue.
And
you're not going to get to answer that way.
And there's the win, because my suggestion was and is that if somebody ever asks you who won in 2020, you say that Biden was certified, and then you take maybe an additional minute or so and say, and here's why millions of Americans have a problem with that.
He would say that's not the question, Mr. Davis. I'm not asking you what millions of Americans think. I'm asking you who was the president.
Exactly.
I'm asking you who won, Mr. Davis.
And then,
what would you say?
And then when John Ossoff won't let somebody go more than 5 seconds deep in that question, then it is Senator Ossoff's corruption and that will be laid bare, rather than what looks like our nominees' failure to answer the question.
No, your argument. No, but your argument is the optics. Well, the optics are terrible if he can't tell you who won in 2020. Can you answer that question or not?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Who won in 2020, Mark?
Biden was certified, but the fact is that there's enormous righteous doubt as to the validity of that result, and that which there is, right? You have those same doubts as I do.
I love you like a brother. I love you like a brother.
Why don't you want people to say that?
Because righteous doubt doesn't enter into who the president was.
No,
you could talk about righteous doubt all day long.
He didn't ask that. He said who won. I guess maybe if you want a 3-word answer to if the length of my answer, the complexity was the problem, the 3-word answer is I don't know. And then he might ask him, why don't you know?
Oh, my Lord.
And then you can tell him.
He says, I don't know. He will never get confirmed. There goes that confirmation. I mean, that's the problem. And that's the issue with a gotcha question like this.
You've got a really good point, and that is there's the answer that I might like to be given in a reasonable universe where somebody can actually take 60 seconds. And then there's the answer you've got to give in order to get the job.
Because what you're doing, Mark, is you're giving an answer in good faith with a pure intent. They're not acting in good faith. They don't want, and the reason Ossoff is raising it is because apparently he's about to have his butt on the hot seat after Trump's speech tonight. Now, how do we feel about President Trump tonight? Going to, and first of all, the networks, there's a huge debate about whether the broadcast networks are going to carry it, because they're between a rock and a hard place. Because the accusation is going to be all Trump's going to do is rehash debunked election claims of 2020. So should they carry it? Should they not carry it? We'll see. What do you? First of all, part one of my question: do you think they'll carry it? Bet they don't.
Full Jay Clayton. I don't know. Here's why. Should they? Of course they should. Whether it's a president I voted for or not, if a president says, I want to address the nation at 9 o'clock tonight Eastern time, you carry it. Now, there is a little side issue to this, and that is that all these networks have all these lovely shows that people want to watch. And, hello, we've got this thing called cable news. We've had it forever. We have this other little thing called the internet. If you want to go see the speech, there are 35 places to go find it without preempting CSI Burleson or whatever happens to be on at 9 o'clock today.
I'll give you one place, Salem News Channel. We're carrying it for sure. If they don't carry it, you make sure you tune in to Salem News Channel because we will be carrying it.
Do you think ABC, CBS, NBC, think they'll carry it?
My hunch is they won't.
If you enjoy Mike and Mark, you'll love the M&M Extra podcast. Brand new content daily on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts. Like, follow, and subscribe to M&M Extra.
When it comes to supplements, 2 things matter most: that it works and that you can trust it. Rather than just tell you about Relief Factor, like I like to do, let's let the customers do it. We hear from people every day whose lives have changed, and we'd like you to hear a few of their stories. Jim ran out of Relief Factor twice, and both times his aches, stiffness, and pain came back. Once he restarted it, he says he felt better again. As Jim put it, you know something's working when you run out of it. I've had that experience too. My lower back pain comes creeping back if I forget to take my Relief Factor. Hey, will you be the next person telling us Relief Factor helped you tackle your daily aches and pains? 3 weeks for just $17.76. Simply go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. You, too, could be the next Relief Factor success story. Go to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com, or call 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF. We hope you'll soon be sharing your story with us, too. relieffactor.com. That'll do it for a Thursday. We thank you for tuning in. Great job, as usual, to the team. Eric, Yasmin, Tracy, Alex, Joey. Whether you're preparing for exams, juggling family and career, or just looking to stay sharp as you age, Think Factor is here to help. Created by the same company that makes Relief Factor, Think Factor supports sharper focus, stronger recall, and clearer thinking. It's the natural way to give your brain the daily nutrients it needs for memory, attention, and even vibrant vision. Call 800-4-RELIEF. 800-4-RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com to learn more. Look, I was a little bit skeptical. I started taking Think Factor. After a few weeks, wow, my memory, my focus, my concentration, better than ever. And Think Factor results get better the longer it's taken. If you want to stay focused during demanding tasks, keep your memory strong, maintain mental energy for whatever's ahead, well, Think Factor is for you. Call 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com to learn more and order Think Factor. Your first bottle is just $19.95. Think Factor. Think clearer, perform better daily. Call 800-4-RELIEF or visit relieffactor.com for Think Factor. Let me ask you a question. Are you carrying a balance on a credit card right now? If you are, you're paying somewhere around 24% interest. Wow, 24%. That's not a loan, that's punishment. Meanwhile, you're sitting on a house full of equity at a fraction of that rate. The math is insane, and the credit card companies are counting on you not adding it up. Fellowship Home Loans does the math. For over 20 years now, Mike and Brian have helped families consolidate that high-interest credit card debt into their mortgage and start keeping the money they've been bleeding out every month. Everything is done in-house. One roof, one team, all with a servant-led mentality, people who know your name and treat you like family. Break up with your credit card. Go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G. fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, or call 800-510-MIKE. 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453. Ask for your free mortgage checkup. Fellowship Home Loans, mortgage lending by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 819382.
Mike Gallup. This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
It's the Dana Show.
I don't want to run for public office, but I will pay even to serve my nation as the head of the Ministry of Confessions. No, not a torture ministry. It's the Ministry of Confessions. We're just extracting information for the American public. I've got lots of creative ways. I'll totally take that over. I'll pay to do it. I don't even need an office, just a warehouse that's, not on a map.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
That's expected to include, among other topics, election issues tonight, staying mum for the most part about what to expect, but he says it will include, quote, really big news. People are headed for higher ground in Texas today. That's after days of pounding rain forced authorities to rescue dozens of people from rising waters today before sunrise. Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Our primary focus right now and throughout the remainder of this torrential rain is saving lives. To achieve that goal, I've already issued a disaster declaration for 59 counties across the state.
The U.S. Coast Guard has suspended its search for 3 people still missing after a boat capsized in San Francisco Bay this week.
The Coast Guard says that after searching more than 800 square miles of water, they've suspended their search for 3 people missing when a boat capsized Tuesday in the choppy waters of San Francisco Bay. On board were 20 family members celebrating the life of a loved one who died more than a decade ago. Justin Marceline says he was commercial fishing with another man when they saw smoke billowing out of the boat, and they went over to help.
People were either frantically, because we were going in and out with our boat, they were either super frantic and we just had to grab them and, look at my face, look at me in the eyes, I'm not going to let you go.
I'm Donna Warder.
President Trump has reversed course on a recent policy change at the Department of Homeland Security. We get more details in this report from correspondent Willie Nelson.
President Trump is ordering ICE to resume vehicle stops after the Department of Homeland Security briefly paused the enforcement tactic. The president says traffic stops remain one of ICE's most effective tools for identifying and removing criminal illegal immigrants. The reversal comes after agents were instructed to limit most vehicle stops pending additional training. Willie Nelson, the White House.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up by 134 points. NASDAQ down 274. More from townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-0141. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-0141. That's 800-583-0141. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton City Council has approved 2 ordinances that allow adult-use cannabis dispensaries in the city. The vote was 4-3, with Councilman Timothy Knabb giving a very impassioned no.
It's been 8,628 days since my daughter Mallory was killed by a man driving a vehicle who was high on marijuana, high on 6 other drugs. He left home on a Saturday morning after Thanksgiving, kissed me goodbye, and never came home Saturday night.
Knabb, during last night's meeting on TV Hamilton, the dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts and will be highly regulated. A middle-aged man suffered life-threatening injuries when he was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road between Walden Pond Circle and Gilmore Road last night. He had to be taken to the Butler County Regional Airport, then flown out by Aircheck. The accident happened around 10:45 p.m. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Hi, I'm Anthony Munoz. I didn't make it into the Pro Football Hall of Fame by letting drugs and alcohol affect my ability to play. I brought my A game every time, and that's what you should do when sharing the road. That means never getting behind the wheel under the influence and wearing your seatbelt, because it's always the best defense against a drunk driver. So whether you're driving around town or to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, never let impaired driving take you out of the game.
This message brought to you by the Ohio Department of Public Safety.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Brandenburg tosses to Thompson. Do they get the out? They do. Very fine play by Sean Brandenburg and Corinne Thompson.
This Saturday, Hamilton versus Moeller in the 2016 Baseball District Tournament.
Towards the dugout, making a great catch is Tyler McDonough up against the fence.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today. with a high 93. Partly cloudy. Areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
I don't like the fact, for instance, that some speed limits around my area are 55 miles per hour. Nobody has gone 55 miles per hour since the horse and buggy days. You're not ever going to get any kind of anything with the Iranians. This is never going to happen. So it's like expecting Hunter Biden to not snort coke. It's like expecting Joe Biden to be sentient.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
And because we're here in Pennsylvania, where State Trooper Michael Farrow was killed just 2 weeks ago by an illegal alien operating a semi-truck on a commercial driver's license, which he should never have had. He was here illegally, came in through Biden. Today I'm making one more important announcement. My administration will soon take historic action to get illegal alien truck drivers who are just killing a lot of people. They can't read signs. Many of them are on drugs or alcohol, and they shouldn't be driving these things, and they came in totally illegally, and we don't want them, but they are driving all over American roadways, and we're going to replace them with proud American veterans who are going to take our veterans, who are going to make them, we're going to teach them a lot about driving trucks, and in many cases they know. We're going to say any American who's driven a heavy truck for our military will automatically be eligible for a commercial driver's license. So we're going to get them taken care of.
You came here. You are here because 2 weeks ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home in Greece, and she died, executed by a firebomb because her daughter dared to stand for office. You are here today because for 5 days this winter, the lights went out in Berlin. The longest blackout in the city since the Second World War, sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militant thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real, and it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored, because it is time to crush this evil forever. The simple fact is none of this that I've just described is new.
I like the way Rubio lays out
is not
policy.
a modern novelty.
And he was talking about terrorism, because this is one of the big things that the administration is making a push for, is this left-wing terrorism, which is a real thing. I mean, it's a very, obviously we've seen it here in the United States. And he was talking about this woman in Greece because of a firebomb, etc., and how all of Europe is dealing with it. I think it's a smart move for the administration to focus on this. Welcome to the radio program. Dana Lash with you. We're at the top of this first hour. A few things to unpack, as well as coming up, a really big discussion on Iran foreign policy and a whole bunch more, because the vice president gave an interview, and I got some thoughts on this. We're going to have to unpack it. Some of you might get angry, but I don't care. I mean, it is. You guys, if you want to listen to conspiracy theories, you can watch the trash that is Gal Sharpton's Godforsaken podcast. That's him or Gene Viewers, and you can go and watch what an actual crack whore looks like when they're going through conspiracy theories, or we can just talk about serious analysis. But back to this point with Rubio, the issue of leftist violence. I mean, good heavens, look at some of the riots that you've seen in Spain. France, they always riot, right? It's a day that ends in Y. They always riot. Give them a reason and they'll figure out some way to riot. But in the United States, growing ever more so. Here's the other thing. There's a big segment, and it's not just on, I mean, I'm not doing whataboutism. There's leftists that are cosplaying as right to try to infiltrate and get you to behave like the left. But there's a lot of people in conservative media that are too afraid to talk about it. So they just stay with the same old boring 30,000-foot view. We'll get into that as well. But there's good, I like Rubio. I think he's very clear. I think he's very clear on stuff. I like his messaging. And it's very, you know what you're getting. Now, in looking at Iran, we struck Iran more. The memorandum of understanding is pretty much dead, right? Have we admitted that the negotiations have failed? Have we all come to this realization they failed?
I think massive military action would probably dictate that.
Well, yeah. What gets me is that there's always this idea that if you think that negotiations failed, then somehow you're advocating for conflict or military involvement. And I've seen an increase in that. Every time I bring it up, even like in cuts that we put, maybe it's like on YouTube or Instagram or whatever, anytime I'm like, oh, well, you know, the diplomacy failed, people always immediately, there's always a number of people that revert to, well, you're talking about having boots on the ground. It's no one's making that argument except for the people pulling that straw man out of their backside. But I don't know what people think that they're going to get with Iran. I mean, I think Trump gave it the good old college try just to shut up the people that are in his cabinet, or in his kitchen cabinet, rather, that keep saying, oh, no, they keep pushing this, like, Obama policy. Like, J.D. Vance is very much almost entirely similar to Barack Obama on Iranian policy. I'm not just saying that. It's God's honest truth on paper. And I will be very snotty about this because I've read extensively. I feel as though people who argue otherwise do have no idea, because it's true. So you have those people that are in his ear, and I think I kind of think that he stopped and went back as a way to shut that up, to show them, look, we've tried it your way for over 40 years, but I guess we'll try it one more time your way just to see, oh, look, it failed again, because Iran isn't interested in negotiation. I don't know how many times we have to say it. You're talking about literally jihadi 12ers. They don't care at all. This is all about some sort of religious Armageddon for them. And so it's very difficult to enter into a negotiation with an entity that believes that it has a divine right to exterminate you for not believing as they do. I mean, it's literally a racial religion. If you really get down to it, it is. It's a racial sex cult, let's be honest. But you can't negotiate with people who don't look at it as policy. That's the big mistake. And so Trump has these people in his orbit that are encouraging him to look at it as such. But look what happens. I mean, again, this has been over 40 years of this, over 40 years of it. So the thought that this is going to be successful one more time, okay, so now he did it. Now we're back to striking Iran. And I don't know why the argument exists that, well, Iran is just one bailout away from behaving like a normal country. That's how they act. The vice president, which we're going to dive into, his interview with Rogan, by the way, the whole Doves thing, I did not know that Rogan did not know that. Anyway, the whole interview that they had, I was shocked, genuinely. And I say this going into 28. I don't know where I'm going to go in 28. I have no idea yet. I feel like it's too far off still, and I still hate everything, and I hate everybody in D.C., so I don't know. I have no idea where I'm going to go. But all I know is that every single time J.D. Vance goes out and gives an interview, I just feel like it's a disaster, and it shouldn't be. This is the problem with not having a mooring, and this is a problem with trying to find acceptance with every single group. Playing to a 1 to 2% of the coalition that came from the left is not going to secure a victory in 28. It's absolutely not. Having a foreign policy that Barack Obama exhausted during his 8 years in office is not going to win people on the right. It's just not. And you can sit here and blow it out your backside all day about, oh, it's not the same, but it is the same. The same approach, the same negotiation, the same tactics, the same proposed sanctions, everything. Down to the letter. So we've done that before, 8 years. The only thing missing is sending pallets of cash, and I'm literally not exaggerating. That's, everything that has been said and written, that's it on paper. So I don't know why going into that, that interview, I just was shocked. So we're going to dive into that coming up. But I also think people need to not get too far over their skis and ahead of POTUS on this stuff. I look at it like this. You know how when you go to church and you hear a good sermon and then the preacher wraps up the sermon and then you have the guy who's supposed to give closing prayer. You get up there and give closing prayer. You don't give your own mini sermon. You don't go up there and give a second sermon that detracts from the pastor's sermon. You go up there, you do what you're supposed to do, and you shut up. You know what I'm talking about. Everybody's got one of those in church. They step up there and then they talk for 25 minutes. And you're like, we're supposed to be left with the pastor's sermon. That's what's supposed to be in our heads as we go back to our cars and lives. We're not supposed to sit here, you're wandering, rambling, whatever. You're supposed to lead, closing prayer, and dismiss. That's it. You know exactly what I mean. So I feel like in many respects, Vance going out there and doing this is like the other pastor getting up, or not the other pastor, just like one of the elders getting up and going on for like 20, 25 minutes and completely just distracting from the pastor's message. That's what it feels like. No joke. And I'm wondering where POTUS is on this, because POTUS isn't quiet on purpose. He's quiet. Well, he is quiet on purpose. He's not quiet by accident. It's very situationally motivated. And I'm just wondering if he's not, is he trying to teach him a lesson? I got to ask that. It feels that way, does it not? I mean, if you look at it as I do, you're like, what is up with this? What's up? Yeah. But very fascinating stuff. So we're going to dive into all of that. It's going to be a very uncomfortable conversation. But I'm telling you, the 2028, the groundwork is being laid, and you're going to be expected. You're going to be demanded and expected to accept it. You're not going to be allowed to vet anybody. I'm not saying the entire right's like that, but there is a subsection of the right, a small group right now that's getting it into place. And I know them. I know one of the leading people doing it for a fact. This is God's honest truth. I mean, we've worked with them before. I know exactly who they are. So I'm telling you, that's what they're doing. They're getting it ready, and then they're going to question your patriotism if you question this operation. I mean, I think we're not short in people going ahead in 28, but what we are short of is serious analysis. That's what we're short of. So that's what we got to focus on. Now, a couple of other things, because we've got, I'm going to save this because I'm not going to be able to get to the Netflix thing in time. So the Netflix, one of my favorite movies is Gone with the Wind. I love it because I love, oh my gosh, I love Rhett Butler. Wait until you see how Netflix described it. Somebody just caught this the other day. They were like scrolling through and they clicked on Gone with the Wind. And the description that Netflix gave it was so over the top. David O. Selznick is probably rolling in his grave. This is insane. So we're going to talk about this because now they're saying it's like the way Netflix puts it, it's the most racist film and offensive film ever made. So we're going to dive into that. We got headlines on the way as we move. Our partners that help bring you the program, it is the folks over at Ghostbed. And if you want to sleep comfortably, you don't want to overheat, you don't want to be tossing and turning, aches and pains and all of that. That's not you, by the way. That's your mattress. Your mattress is trash if that's what it feels like. Ghostbed is a great mattress, and you can tell the difference right out of the box. The construction, the materials, just so much better. And they have cooling tech that's built into every single mattress. It's not some expensive upgrade that you have to pay extra for. Hot sleepers are some of Ghostbed's happiest customers. So don't waste your summer on bad sleep, and don't imperil your health with a bad mattress. This is a piece of health equipment. Ghostbed looks at it like that. You should use it accordingly. You get 101 nights to try it in your home, and if you don't feel the difference, send it back risk-free. You can still take advantage of their 4th of July sale and get an extra 10% off using code Dana. Shop at ghostbed.com/Dana, code Dana. That's ghostbed.com/Dana, promo code Dana for an extra 10% off. Everywhere you look lately, there are trendy supplements that make big promises and big claims. But it's not about fancy marketing. It's about two important things. One, does it actually work? And two, can you trust it? That's why you need to look at Relief Factor. There are so many people who can tell you all about Relief Factor, how it's helped them and have transformed their lives to be free from everyday aches and pains. For instance, they had a guy write to them named Chris who said he spent years doing physical work that left his feet sore every single day. And after starting Relief Factor, doctor. He felt so much better. He did something he had never done before. He ran a half marathon, and now he tells his friends about it. So if you've been dealing with those everyday aches and pains, why not see if you'll have your own success story? You can try Relief Factor's 3-week quick start for just $17.76. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and speak with their friendly U.S.-based team. You've got nothing to lose except the discomfort that's been holding you back. That's ReliefFactor.com or 800-4RELIEF.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Now get this. A billionaire, big Democrat donor says he was lied to about what the president said about Charlottesville. Man gave a lot of money to the Democratic Party. He's now renounced that party. And after he went public and said what he said about Charlottesville, guess who called him? President Trump, whom he now says is a great guy.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Back pass pressured in the backfield. He's brought down again. Another sack.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Some journeys start small, with small pause and big purpose.
Look how little you are, you sweet girl.
Every great partnership begins with the first step.
Ella, let's go.
Guiding them through the world so one day they can guide someone through life. With shared experience, confidence grows, and the path becomes clear. It takes time, patience, and love. But the reward lasts a lifetime.
Hey, good girl, Bella.
You don't just raise a puppy. You raise a future. Become a Dogs Inc. puppy raiser. Give a dog a purpose. Give someone hope.
Learn more at dogsinc.org.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use law enforcement siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you if you get a speeding ticket, it doesn't end there. You have to pay expensive fines. You can't go to your friend's wedding because that also costs money. And your insurance rates could increase. See? We didn't have to use law enforcement sirens after all. Getting a speeding ticket has consequences. Sooner or later, speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
This is your ticket to high school football.
There goes James around the left side. He's at the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Demetrian James, 35 yards.
Basketball.
Mercer comes up with the steal. Here's Cam Mercer. Left hand thunder jam.
And baseball.
Hit in the air deep right field. Still going back, and it is gone. Oh, wow. That had some carry to it, my friend. Beckett Clemens rounds them all.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
All right, first up, Argentina is facing FIFA punishment over a banner after the England World Cup win. That was a really hard match to watch, by the way. I felt really bad for the Brits because it was, you had Beckham up there and he was like crying practically. I don't think I've ever seen David Beckham cry, but it was really sad. But they're facing, there was like, somebody was getting mean with Messi. I can't remember, it wasn't Bellingham, I can't remember the other player that was getting really snotty with Messi, and then Messi became a meme because he had this expression. But Argentina won those finals, so now, I guess what, England and France play to see who's the first loser?
That's on the 18th.
Oh, also, yeah, this, I'm going to pull this up, China, as it pertains to China here. They're introducing rules to rein in AI companion bots because apparently their population that has them is getting emotionally dependent upon them. AI companion services, which have been used from everything for customer service and mental health, people are becoming too dependent on them. And they said that there aren't enough clear boundaries. I don't know why people thought, especially after you see the dependency upon social media and influencing and all that stuff, why they thought that AI bots would be any different. Like, how did you think that was going to go? Clearly, humanity is not ready for this. I mean, you see the way that people are addicted to social media and doom scrolling and how it's affecting mental health. This is like the latest, the next stage in that dependency. So just saying, dogs are the absolute best. God love dogs. Heroic dogs saved a dog walker from an attempted rape after this masked man tried to chase her and corner her in a tunnel. This was in Australia. She was walking 8 dogs. And this guy literally leapt out of a bush in Melbourne. And 2 women were walking their 8 dogs between them. And he grabbed one of the women, grabbed her by the neck and upper shoulders, and was trying to drag her into the tunnel. And the dogs went crazy. They chased the guy away, and there's video footage of him fleeing. And these dogs growling and barking and going after him. That is amazing. But now they're looking for him. I mean, it looks like he's probably an illegal immigrant in Australia. He's definitely what they would term a migrant for sure. And so they're now they're out on the lookout for him now. I hope they find him, and he should be publicly hung because these people aren't, you know. This is one of the funniest things ever. Do you know Lenny Kravitz works out in leather pants? What? He works out leather pants, jeans, and boots.
That doesn't seem practical.
And he's 62 years old, and he's got a 10-pack. Now, do you know why he does it? So this photo of him working out, or video of him working out in leather pants last year went viral, and now he did an interview with Men's Health. He's on the cover because he says he doesn't do testosterone, he doesn't do peptides, he just sleeps and eats incredibly healthy. He's
Hamilton, the dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts. Butler County is under an air quality advisory for a third day in a row. A middle-aged man was said to be in critical condition after he was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road near Walden Ponds and Gilmore Road last night. He had to be flown to UC by Aircheck. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by Pro-Life Across America. Did you know a billboard can save a baby's life? You can make a difference by helping spread the pro-life message to reach those who are struggling with an unplanned pregnancy. Visit prolifeacrossamerica.org.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Brandenburg tosses to Thompson. Do they get the out? They do. Very fine play by Sean Brandenburg and Corinne Thompson.
This Saturday, Hamilton versus Moeller in the 2016 Baseball District Tournament.
Towards the dugout, making a great catch is Tyler McDonough up against the fence.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
It was another memorable year at Baden High School as we celebrate our 60th graduating class from the outstanding co-ed Catholic High School on New London Road in Hamilton. Strong academics, Christian service, faith life, extracurriculars, and athletics make for a tremendous student experience at Baden. Check us out on the web at badenhs.org and discover why you can be a part of something extraordinary at Baden High School. As the Baden family, the Ramily will tell you, it's not just high school, it's Baden.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
This is The Making of America from the Jefferson Media Group. Crazy Horse was a war chief of the Lakota Sioux whose battlefield exploits made him both admired and feared by friends and enemies alike. He grew into manhood fighting the Crow, the Shoshone, Pawnee, Blackfeet, and other traditional enemies. But in the mid-1860s, those enemies banded together in the Black Hills to fight the settlers and the armies sent to protect them. Crazy Horse played decisive roles in those battles, including General Custer's defeat at the Little Bighorn. In life, he refused to have his picture taken, but today, his face is carved onto Thunderhead Mountain and stands 563 feet tall. This has been The Making of America. I'm Michael Emerson, and you can visit us at jeffersonmediagroup.com.
Hey man, stop flipping the channels.
Sorry, I've never seen so many stations. Hello? How's the ride? Oh, it's sweet. I got all the bells and whistles. Satellite radio. Hey, I was listening to navigation system. Yo, you just missed the stop sign. Hold on. I just got a text. I'll put you on speaker. 2 DVD players. But hey man, how do you spell? Look out!
Near train tracks, stay focused, stay alive. Brought to you by Operation Lifesaver. www.oli.org.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Welcome back to the program. Dana Lash with you, and we are at the bottom of this first hour. All kinds of stuff to dive into. We were talking about some of the latest with Iran and how that's ongoing. POTUS is done with it, absolutely done with it. And then we were talking about how Lenny Kravitz works out in leather pants and has a 10-pack because he says he performs in leather pants. And after he said that, we were like, that makes so much sense. That makes all the sense in the world. So now we kind of have a better understanding of Lenny Kravitz's workout. I know it's weird to start the bottom of this hour with that, but I remember watching that video and thinking, this man's the weirdest man on God's green earth. But now it makes sense. All right, so the other thing to hit has to do with his interview that the vice president gave. He was speaking with Joe Rogan, and they covered a lot of different things. But there was one soundbite in particular. We're going to go through some of this. There was one soundbite in particular that, how do I put it, concerned people, or I guess maybe was one of the ones that they found they had the most objection to. Let me pull up my audio list here because this is going to be, so let's start with this. This is cut 3, and they were talking about specifically the negotiations with Iran, right? I want you to listen to this because we're going to unpack this soundbite. This is cut 3. This is the vice president yesterday. Listen.
But I definitely think you have seen this very discreet, extremely well-funded campaign to try to derail the negotiation and try to derail the deal. And, there's this Time article that came out yesterday. A friend sent it to me. It's like worth reading because it lists a bunch of people who have quite literally been paid by a former Trump campaign person who was himself paid by certain elements within the Israeli government. And those people are attacking me viciously for quite literally trying to accomplish the negotiation objective that the president set for the country. So
what is their position? Like, they're attacking you how?
Oh, it's social media posts. It's, they're leaking to reporters. They're attacking me obsessively, saying that we should not be negotiating with Iran. We should just keep the military campaign going indefinitely. And that is their explicit position. And coming after me saying that, people have come after me and said that I'm influenced by Qatar, that I'm influenced by foreign governments, that, I take my marching orders from Tucker Carlson. And there's just so much bullshit out there when what I'm actually trying to do is accomplish what the President of the United States told me to accomplish, which is a settlement of this that accomplishes our objectives. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. We have the free flow of oil and gas.
So what is he talking about? He's talking about this. Let's start with this Time magazine article, because first off, I thought his answer here and what he just told Rogan was absolute BS. That is ridiculous. And I'm ambivalent. It takes me a lot to dislike a politician, unless they're Democrats. But it also takes me a lot to really like a politician, if that makes sense. Like it's equal opportunity there. What aggravates me about what he just said here is because it sounded like Tucker Carlson wrote it. And I'm going to get to this Time magazine article here in a second. One of the things that I felt like this was controlled opposition, his answer. He's trying to, in some ways, disassociate himself from Carlson, but yet still repeat all of Carlson's talking points. So there's this think tank called the Quincy Institute, which is something that Vance has been a part of, and a lot of his advisors are those people, and they are very much like the Tucker Carlson line of thinking. There's a faction of people that come from that mindset, and that's one of the reasons why they all sound similar when they talk about this. And I feel like he's trying to disassociate in some ways. I'll put some distance between himself and Tucker, but he still has all of Tucker's talking points. And the other thing, too, is that no one believes that they're not close. I mean, you have to remember the vice president of the United States, his deputy press secretary was Tucker Carlson's son. And Tucker Carlson's son was able to get that job because his dad's Tucker Carlson. And he worked there, and only until it became uncomfortable because of the stuff that Tucker was saying did he end up leaving. And then, even though he's never run a campaign before or done anything else, decided to create a firm on K Street, a dime a dozen, right? Nepo babies run them. They litter K Street. So this blaming this on influencers before you blame it on jihadis that aren't interested in negotiation is a mind job. And I find that to be not very America first. So here's this piece that he's talking about, this Time Magazine piece. Now, do you guys remember this guy, Brad Parscale? Is it Parscale or Parscale? I have never met him in my life. And apparently, they had this Time Magazine piece where they get into Trump's ex-campaign manager is running an Israeli influence operation targeting the MAGA base, which I find interesting considering all of the completely equal influencers that get paid for Qatar and everywhere else. But I don't know. And it gets into Parscale's, how he helped POTUS in 2016 with Facebook and helped with his Facebook reach and did all of that. And he was apparently really good with the AI there, et cetera, and helped the president tremendously with that. What I think is also weird with this is, I mean, I was reading this piece and it talks about all the tools that he uses and how how Parscale acknowledges, the piece said that his operation was intended to prevent people from drifting away from supporting, the ally in the Middle East, etc. And he talks about he's never funded or undermined Trump ever, etc. And it gets into, I guess, the pay structure. The influence, and just so you guys know, and this is on the right and left, people get paid to post. I hope you know this. They absolutely get paid to post. I've been offered a hell of a lot of money to post, but I don't take it because even if I agreed with it, because what's the point? I don't need it. What would be the point? And I get people are like, you're just leaving money out there. Why would you say no to that? Well, why would I say yes? Anyway, so they do. They get paid. And I have friends who are on X that are very like-minded who get paid to post. I know for a fact also that there are people that I absolutely do not agree with that pretend to be on the right that make fat bank by getting paid to post. There are literal firms out there created just to do that. So the pay structure it gets into, you get however many views, you get a bonus for it. I mean, it can be thousands of dollars. Now, he says none of the money from his FARA registered contract is used to pay influencers because then they would have to disclose their funding. And he says that like he wouldn't identify some of the people that he works with. They were trying to name some of them. They named a few of them. But he said, he talks about his initiative. I don't even know why he agreed to even do this article, if I'm being honest. I don't even know why. We had some, let me pull this up. We had somebody, let me grab this. Who was it? I can't remember if it was Wall Street Journal. I'm looking for it because somebody had texted me. It was a reporter that had texted me, and I don't think that they were associated with Time. Sorry, I just thought of this. I'm going to pull this up real quick. Let me scroll through. The message that I had received, where was this? Gosh, I don't even know this person. They had reached out and said, asked for comment about, I guess, I don't know if it's another piece that's coming out or what. And, oh, here it is. So the person's name, so it's Natalie Andrews from the Wall Street Journal. And they reached out and said, we're working on a story on influencers. And your name came up in some reporting, so I thought you'd go straight to the source. Now, this was June 26th when this happened. And I texted back. I said, hi, Natalie. I'm not sure how my name came up in an influencer story or how my number is out there, but sure. Like, I'm on air until this time. We can talk after that if that works. And then I didn't hear back. I didn't hear back from them. Because I get violently angry at reporters when they try to do hit pieces on me. And who was it one time? During the whole Alex Jones Sandy Hook thing, there was a reporter from Rolling Stone who was trying to fake me out, who had texted and was like, oh, yeah, well, somebody had created a fake email account using my name. And they were sending out crazy, horrible stuff about the Sandy Hook stuff. And somebody, it was from Rolling Stone, had emailed me and said, we saw your email. Would you like to comment on this? And I unloaded. I CC'd 2 of my attorneys. And I was like, I am going to spread your backside like theater curtains if you proceed down this path. I'm like, because A, this is not me. B, I don't have, this is not, it's literally, it was like not a Hotmail account, but it was like the equivalent of a Hotmail account. And I'm like, I will own everything you have if you do this, including your birth certificate if you have one. I will take your family home. I will take your dog. I'll take your car. I will throw you and your wife and children in the street if you proceed down this path with me. And I CC'd both of my attorneys. And I'm like, you let me know how you want to go. And that was it. That ended it. So I was anticipating the same thing from this. So that's the fun thing about being completely unpurchasable, is that I can say whatever the hell I want, and it's my 2 cents. There's so many people out there who can't. So you want to know who gives me my talking points? It's me. It's me. So anyway, I haven't heard back from Natalie. Now, I don't know if she's a friendly or not. I don't know, but I just don't treat anybody in the press as though they are. I am immediately hostile. So I was looking at this Time magazine piece, back to this, and I'm reading it. I'm like, first off, why the hell would he agree to do this piece? And secondly, why is Vance blaming his failed approach to Iran on influencers instead of on the Iranian jihadis? You have a bunch of 12er jihadis that are the ones that tanked the negotiations because they're not interested in negotiating, and the Vice President of the United States pulls a John McCain and blames the hobbits. Are you kidding me? That's what he did. Am I wrong? Now, by the way, I love Megan, but I did disagree with her dad on that. But no harsh feelings. That's what it felt like. You're sitting here telling me that seemed incredibly thin-skinned to have that response, to blame it on influencers, which I would think that pretty much now everyone's an influencer. It's like how the left says everybody's racist. Okay, everybody's an influencer now, apparently. I don't know. But the other thing is that he's got so many people in his orbit that you could say the same thing about. I mean, for crying out loud, that doesn't make any sense. Like people with the Quincy Institute or some of these other individuals, PSQ Impact, 25% are non-U.S. persons amongst its investors. That's a firm he works with, which is also a very easy way to get around having to register under FARA. I'm just saying. So I'm just very confused about why he decided to take that route. I thought that answer that he gave, I don't know if Rogan made him feel very, very comfortable, and so he was just like, I'm going to let it all hang out or whatever. I don't know. But this sounds like Tucker talking points. We're not going to do this old establishment boomer con shtick where we are going to say, well, if you don't like my failed policy, I guess it's because Israel's paying you. You're going to blame Americans over the 12er jihadis that have zero interest in negotiating? How is that America first? You're giving the jihadis a pass. That's not America first. That's Red Green Alliance. That's Dugan. That's Tucker. And now you see why some people have some serious concerns about some of the stuff that the VP has been saying, including yours truly. I felt that this was immature, it was petty, it showcased thin-skinnedness, and I think that they're getting a little too far ahead of themselves. This op to try to spring a certain campaign on us going up into 28, they're getting way too confident, and they're getting sloppy, and they're showing all of their cards way too early. I mean, I was just shocked to see that as an answer in an interview, especially considering his associations. I haven't even started digging in on this. We got a lot more on the way as we move. The folks who help make the program possible, it's our friends over at Chapter. Chapter can be a really great help to you because Medicare is confusing on purpose. If you're looking to enroll, if you're at that point, the confusion is how people end up in the wrong plan, overpaying and undercovered. It's very important to find someone who is on your side, and Chapter exists to cut through all of this confusion. So instead of selling you on a couple of companies, they're the only advisor that compares every Medicare plan across the country to find what actually fits your doctors and prescriptions and budget. They're an honest translator for Medicare, explaining all of your options in plain English and helping you avoid plans that are great for insurance companies but terrible for you. People who work with Chapter save about over $1,100 a year on healthcare costs just because they got onto the right plan instead of whatever was pushed at them. It's free and fast to talk to Chapter in under 20 minutes. They can review your current coverage or walk you through choices if you're about to enroll, so you know what you're picking and why. Whether you're on Medicare already or getting close, they answer all of your questions, explain enrollment, and help you feel confident instead of feeling overwhelmed. Visit askchapter.org/Dana today or call 945-293-0161. That's askchapter.org/Dana, 945-293-0161.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of uncertainty lurking under your hood. You know the feeling. I know I do. That sudden sinking sensation when you see a check engine light or your car unexpectedly breaks down and you're faced with sky-high repair bills. It's time to shield against unexpected repairs with CarShield. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Don't let the fear of a breakdown keep you up at night. Trust the Shield, CarShield, and say goodbye to terrifying repair bills and hello to peace of mind. Your plan also comes with 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, rental car options, and so much more. Don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield now before a breakdown. Protect your wallet. Protect your car with CarShield. Get our best protection ever. Call now. You'll thank me later. 800-915-8003. 800-915-8003. That's 800-915-8003.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-9852. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-9852. That's 800-497-9852. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Israeli officials say they have killed 2,500 of the 3,000 terrorists who massacred Israelis on October the 7th, which means they have 500 more to go. Advice: if your pager goes off, don't answer it.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
My friend Ed Larkin, the good folks at Rose Automotive, have a big announcement to make. They are now the proud owners of Larkin Cobb Chevrolet Buick GMC in Eaton, Ohio. Larkin Cobb can handle all your Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC needs. Go see my friends at 500 East Main Street in downtown Eaton, a short drive from Dayton, Cincinnati, and Richmond, Indiana. My friends from Rose Automotive are thrilled to be serving the Eaton market and can't wait to help you into your next Chevrolet, Buick, or GMC. Larkin Cobb, drive the extra 20 to save plenty.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This fall, Friday night means football.
Motion the tight end to the right side. Give us to Brown. Brown has good yardage. There he goes into Mason territory. He could go to the house. He's at the 30, the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! 58 yards. It's A.J. Brown.
High School Game Night, installed by AE Door and Window. The new season begins August 21st as Hamilton takes on Baden.
He is meaner than a sack of squirrels and twice as nuts.
On WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Get the lowdown on the latest news with a side of laughs whenever you want. Subscribe to the Dana Show podcast on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of the United States.
You have political ambition, is that true?
No, but people keep asking me if I'm running for president, and I don't know, I might. I'm serious, I don't know, I might, because people keep asking me to do it. I actually think I would be a really good president of the United States.
Okay, like, you're being serious.
No, I'm being totally serious.
So what would it take?
For the people to want me.
No one wants that. He is emotional, and he's petty, and he's vindictive, and he's more emotional than a woman. I've known Don for years. He is super emotional. He's a super emotional. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody wants him to run for president. First off, Democrats wouldn't even allow it. They would run him out. You know he's got baggage, right? He's got baggage. Lots of it. And I can't even, he would probably collapse on the floor of the Oval Office screaming if there was a serious foreign policy issue that popped up while he was president. There's no way. We can't do that. Good heavens, no. No, no, no. So where to even start? I have so much to unpack, and we have to continue this conversation about this interview going into second hour, and there's a lot there. So now apparently I love how these people are everything is an op. Everybody that I disagree with is an op. So I see people saying all of this criticism of Vance is an op. I think actually saying that the criticism of Vance is an op is an op. That's the actual truth of it. I mean, would you like me to name? Because there's some people, like Human Events has people that it's absolutely an op. I mean, we can sit, I don't know any of these people. Most of them blocked me online. Who is it? Posobiec or whatever, the guy who ended up losing his security clearance under Trump. He had a security clearance pulled by Trump. And he's out there saying any criticism of Vance is an op. You're a literal op. That guy's a literal op. So, I mean, come on. We've seen this so many times. You know, one of the fun things about having grown up in this industry is you can see a leftist from a mile away. And I see them put on the veneers of being on the right, Republicanism, GOP, MAGA, whatever, but they're leftist. They promote leftist policies, all of it. And we're going to dive into, because we got the first press avail. I think Caroline Levitt's back today. So they have a press avail later on. There's going to be apparently some very good questions asked, so we're going to follow all of that. We get the latest with this interview, the latest with Iran, immigration, so much more on the way. Stick with us.
$14.50 The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Let me get this straight. An official in the Zoran Mamdani administration wanted to meet with the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations. The Trump administration intervened, and apparently the meeting did not take place. Why would you want to meet with Iran during wartime when Iran is already violating the Memorandum of Understanding? Why? Well, because Zoran Mamdani believes that Trump is a bigger threat to the world than these Iranian fanatics.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513 833-863-1111 and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports, WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has issued disaster declarations in 59 counties across his state as days of heavy rains pose a serious risk of flooding. Uvalde resident Bailey Luckman among those who decided to head for higher ground.
We're being told to evacuate. It's not mandated, but it's recommended. I'm very worried about my things.
It was on July 4th of last year when similar floodwaters in the Texas Hill Country caused the Guadalupe River to rise approximately 25 feet, leading to that disaster at Camp Mystic, in which 25 Christian girls attending the camp lost their lives, along with 2 counselors and the camp director. The U.S. Coast Guard has suspended its search for 3 people that were still missing after a boat capsized in the cold, choppy waters of San Francisco Bay. Commercial fisherman Justin Marceline was among those who helped to rescue some of the passengers.
There was a boat, the smoke bellowing out of it. So, 2 minutes into fishing, we reeled up our lines. I said, we're going over there. Mike said, we got to go over there. It's kind of like boaters etiquette, help people in distress. We reeled up the lines and we jammed over there.
The vessel had been carrying 20 people, family and friends, who had gone out to scatter the ashes of a loved one who died about 10 years ago. The day of the disaster, 1 person was confirmed dead. 16 others were rescued. A potentially deadly childhood disease making a comeback.
Measles cases on the rise here in the U.S. Johns Hopkins School of Medicine says we are about to break a 35-year record. The CDC says there were close to 2,300 measles cases last year in 2025. But as of this July, we've already hit that number and are expected to surpass it. The last time measles was an issue was back in the early 1990s.
On Wall Street, the Dow is right now up 52 points. The NASDAQ down 247. More from townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton City Council votes to allow medicinal and adult-use marijuana dispensaries in the city. The vote was 4-3, with Eric Pullman one of the no votes.
We smell it everywhere. Smell it at drive-thrus. We smell it if you're on a good summer day when you got the windows down. It smells. I smell it on the golf course, okay?
The dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts, and they will be highly regulated. Speaking of breathable air, Butler County is once again under an air quality advisory through midnight. Some state lawmakers have proposed a bill to block local governments from banning or even regulating short-term rental properties. A former teacher indicted in Preble County, 45-year-old Kristen Shamel, is accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student at Eaton Middle School back in 2014. A man was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road near Walden Pond Circle in Fairfield Township last night. The victim air-cared to UC Hospital. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
This is Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel. If you're driving and take a quick glance at your phone, more can happen than you might think. because taking your eyes off the road for even just a moment means you could miss everything happening around you. Don't let those few seconds take your attention away from what's right in front of you. Phones down, eyes up, Ohio.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Brandenburg tosses to Thompson. Do they get the out? They do. Very fine play by Sean Brandenburg and Corinne Thompson.
This Saturday, Hamilton versus Moeller in the 2016 Baseball District Tournament.
Towards the dugout, making a great catch is Tyler McDonough up against the fence.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I don't like the fact, for instance, that some speed limits around my area are 55 miles per hour. Nobody has gone 55 miles per hour since the horse and buggy days. You're not ever going to get any kind of anything with the Iranians. This is never going to happen. So it's like expecting Hunter Biden to not snort coke. It's like expecting Joe Biden to be sentient.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Welcome back to the program. Dana Lash with you. We're at the top of the second hour, having fun conversations, talking about people we don't like, all the good stuff. We have a really wild Florida man coming up towards the end of the hour, and I'm going to apologize in advance. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. I blame two people, Larry and Kane. Vegas Larry and Kane.
Does apologizing in advance work?
No.
Does that work? Okay.
No, because I don't really mean it. I just make you think I do, because I don't really feel so. It's going to... Oh, no. You guys, this is what's going to happen. You bring this to me. Oh, I'm not real. Yeah, we're going to talk about it on air. So, yeah. I'll just wait, guys. All right. So we've been talking about getting into a number of things, all the latest with, as it pertains to Iran, etc. There's going to be a press avail, White House press briefing here soon. And then we have to talk about the Blue Angels, because the left is livid that the Blue Angels did what I guess they called a low altitude fly past, which looked really cool, and I'm pretty sure those guys are pretty hardcore and know what they're doing. The left is losing their minds, so we'll touch on that. We were having a discussion about this interview that the vice president gave with Joe Rogan, and it was pretty crazy. And let me really quickly, because I got a couple of audio sound bites for you. Can I just really quickly have number 3 again, Juan? Just so I can wrap this point up, and there's a couple of other things we have to hit, and we're going to get to this other stuff as well. So this is cut 3.
But I definitely think you have seen this very discreet, extremely well-funded campaign to try to derail the negotiation and try to derail the deal. And, there's this Time article that came out yesterday. A friend sent it to me. It's like worth reading, because it lists a bunch of people who have quite literally been paid by a former Trump campaign person who was himself paid by certain elements within the Israeli government. And those people are attacking me viciously for quite literally trying to accomplish the negotiation objective that the president set for the country. So
what is their position? Like, are they attacking you how?
Oh, it's social media posts. It's, they're leaking to reporters. They're attacking me obsessively, saying that we should not be negotiating with Iran. We should just keep the military campaign going indefinitely. And
that's what no one said. So that's a lie.
Position.
So already I'm a little angry at J.D. Vance because he's lying, and we deal with that enough from the left. No one said we should just keep this going indefinitely. Those were his words. He said that twice before. That's an absolute lie. Show me where someone said we should have an indefinite military campaign in Iran. Show me. Or shut up. Show me. You can't, because it's a straw man argument that is being invoked to make someone look as though they are the empathetic victim in this situation. I just find it incredibly thin-skinned. Republicans should not be acting like this. I do not want to see my VP complaining about randos on the internet. And it's not very, don't sit here and tell me about America First when you're blaming, if you're going to blame influencers for derailing negotiations within a jihadi regime instead of the jihadi regime that for over 40 years has had zero interest in good faith negotiations, you're not very America First. You're giving the jihadis a pass. And I read this Time magazine article. Apparently there's only like a handful of these. I don't even know who some of these people are. I've never even seen some of these people on social media. Now, if you want to sit here and talk about people who are paid, I mean, we can talk about Vance's connections to Viktor Orban's government in Hungary. And now you had people like Gladden Pappin and Rod Dreher, who literally were paid by the Hungarian government to push Orban talking points in the United States. I mean, that's why this is stupid to do. The problem is that you have a regime that's not interested in good faith negotiation. That has nothing to do with some rando influencer on X. Are you kidding me? Well, you know, the Iranian regime, they were going to come to terms with us, but then they read what Big MAGA 70194 said on X, and they decided they can't do it, you know, because they didn't like what he had tweeted. That's what we're supposed to accept. That doesn't even make any sense. No, they were just not interested because they're a bunch of jihadi 12ers. That's why. You know, they believe in that whole 12th Imam apocalyptic like nonsense. They believe in that. So that's why. It has nothing to do at all whatsoever with what Rando said on social media. Now, here's the other thing I keep seeing a lot. Everyone's trying to deflect criticism of these remarks by saying that it is an op to criticize not just the VP, but any elected official that agrees with him. In reality, the people that are saying any criticism of the VP or any elected official is an op are the literal actual op. Hashtag fact. We all know the firms that exist in D.C. that send out the talking points. We know the little groups. We know them because these people are stupid. They brag about it. They all get together and they take pictures and selfies of themselves and put it up on social media. And then they take offense when they all tweet the exact same thing at the exact same time repeatedly over the course of a couple of years. I mean, I'm not saying that all the receipts are. We could spend the rest of the week and all of the next subsequent weeks talking about this with receipts. So no, the people who are saying that criticism is the op, they are the actual op. But that's not the only thing. I feel like it's myopic to think that, to expect even good faith negotiation from Iran. That hasn't happened in our lifetimes. Now, there were a couple of other things that they came out with that I thought was very interesting. For instance, he went into, let's see, what was it? I think getting into the Epstein, he got into the Epstein stuff. This was cut 7, which I thought was crazy. Listen to this.
Well, most people think he was Mossad.
Yeah, Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America or Israel or another country. Or both. You know, look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, well, we know he had contacts pretty much everywhere. I mean, remember, one of his dearest friends was Steve Bannon. Didn't Bannon's kids call him uncle? Yeah, that's what I had read, that they had called him uncle. So we know that he had connections to a number of places. I mean, what the thing is, what the videos that are out, though, and I will say with this one, and it's not because of our team, it's because of the video, the way it was clipped. The next part of the video, Vance admits that there were 0 documents connecting Epstein to any intelligence agency. So I want to make sure that that's understood. And it's not you, because that's the way the video was clipped and released. I think probably for sensationalism purposes. But literally, like, Rogan says something, they cut it off right after Vance answers. But then right after that, when the video as if the video's on continuing, Rogan says something or like makes an exclamation, and then Vance says, yes, there's no documentation at all that connects him to any intelligence agency, be it Mossad, be it CIA, etc. So he says that in the video, which is omitted in the clip that is circulating. So the clip circulating makes it sound like Vance is saying this, and he's speculating in this early part and comes back and says there's actually nothing connecting there. But there's a lot of, I mean, we know, for instance, I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there, that a lot of indirect evidence, I would say, especially with Ghislaine Maxwell and some of these other friends. Like Epstein was very close with the former Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, and that didn't have a Mossad element, but the relationship continued after Ehud Barak left office. And that is one of many either former leaders or party leaders that Epstein had a close relationship with. The Mossad thing and the CIA thing, that's the one thing that has not been proven. But there's tons of absolute hardcore proof, stronger connections with, you know, like Bannon and some of these other ones, which is interesting because Bannon was one of the guys that first launched the whole thing that Epstein was working with Mossad. And remember, Bannon was best friends with Epstein. I mean, that I had read that his kids called Epstein uncle. They had tons of photos together. They hung out together all the time. And all of these emails came out and they were released by Trump, by the way, by the Trump White House. And it showed Bannon eagerly, zealously working with Epstein to rehabilitate his image after his convictions for predation, right? And they were talking about how they could get Trump out of office. In those emails, you see Bannon's real, true self. You see his true hatred for Trump. He never liked Trump. Just like, you know, he always rode the coattails of everyone. When Sarah Palin was coming out back in 2008, or before that, going into that presidential election, he glommed onto her and told everybody, and I remember this because I was in the Tea Party at the time, and I've heard him say it. Like, he glommed onto her and you know, promoted this idea that he made her. My late friend and former boss, Andrew Breitbart, he acted like he made the Breitbart website. Steve Bannon acted like he made Breitbart. He didn't make Breitbart. He glommed onto him and rode his coattails. He has a habit. His entire life is hopping from one person on who's ascending to the other and then trying to take credit for their rise that was going to happen with or without Bannon. And he did the same thing to Trump. He told people that he made Trump. Bannon told people that he made Trump. Are you kidding me? Good heavens. So he was he got dismissed, if you remember, from the White House, and Trump turned on him. And he went after Don Jr. He called Don Jr. a verbatim traitor. And he promoted that New York Times story, remember, where they were accusing Don Jr. of meeting with Natalia Vedelinskaya, or whatever her name was, that Russian agent who was working with Fusion GPS to lobby against the Magnitsky Act back in the day when Hillary Clinton was running, all of that stuff back in 2016. And the New York Times ran this completely debunked now story where they were saying that Junior met with her at the, you know, excuse me, in Manhattan. And he promoted that. And he called him a traitor. And then he was subsequently dismissed after Trump was elected, and he allowed that one guy to come into the White House. What's his face? The guy who wrote the book. He allowed this guy complete access of the White House. And I know for a fact that there were people in Trump's circle that were livid that Bannon was letting this reporter, this Michael Wolff, walk all through the White House and talk to everybody he wanted to talk to. There was a lot of fighting about that behind the scenes. That's a fact. And when all of that busted out, that's when Trump dismissed him and was like, "Sloppy Steve, get out." Bannon was enraged, and so he and Epstein were colluding to try to get Trump out of the White House. So those are those receipts, and I think it's interesting because he and Carlson, they're all the same people. They're all like, you know, of that Quincy Institute hive mind, and they have their own foreign influence connections. If you remember, Bannon was arrested a couple of years ago on the yacht of Miles Guo, who is literally a CCP stooge. He is a guy who's high up in the CCP, and Bannon ended up getting arrested on the CCP assets yacht. So you want to talk about foreign connections, there you go. And that's all part of Vance's circle. That's all his. So I just think it's interesting going back to, I think it's incredibly dangerous to attack everyday Americans and try to chill dissent by claiming that any legitimate criticism is an op. I also think it's very, very bad for the nation and not America first to blame randos on social media for the failed negotiation with 12er jihadis in Iran, when it's the 12er jihadis in Iran that have never had any good faith intention at all whatsoever of engaging in or concluding negotiations. That's what's crazy about this. And there's a lot more of it. Also coming up, we've got to get into the left losing their minds over Blue Angels. Apparently, I thought everybody knew that the Blue Angels were like down in Pensacola and they did this stuff and they did training flights and they did fly pass and all of that. But apparently there's like a section of the left in the United States that had no idea about this, guys. And they're losing their minds and they're going off. They have no clue. So we're going to talk about that and a lot more as we move. Our partners that help bring you the program. It's the folks over at Patriot Mobile, the only Christian conservative cell phone service in the nation. And Patriot Mobile wants to bring you better coverage. They want to bring you priority, premium priority nationwide service that they have across all three major U.S. networks. They have unlimited data plans, international roaming, a 100% U.S.-based customer support team, and they combine strong service with their commitment to the values that we care about and vote to protect. They help protect free speech, religious liberty, sanctity of life, Second Amendment, all of it. Now, they have a contract buyout program, a device buyout program. They have plans for businesses and families of every size. They have a dual network capability, so you can have two separate networks on one phone. And it's easy to switch. You can keep your phone and your number or upgrade both. It's up to you. Every customer call is answered by real people based right here in the U.S. of A. This is a Texas-born and bred company that's bringing you superior coverage, products, and customer service. Visit PatriotMobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Dana to get that free month of service. That's PatriotMobile.com/Dana, 972-PATRIOT, promo code Dana. So Human just released the best Super Beets Heart Chew that they've ever made. It's watermelon. Now, I'm usually very skeptical when companies say that something is the best flavor yet, but they really nailed it. It's juicy, it's refreshing, it's like candy, but you would never guess that it's good for your heart. I've talked about Human for years because they're not just another supplement company that chases trends. They were founded out of the University of Texas's Health Science Center, built on real cardiovascular research, and that's why Super Beets has been America's #1 beet brand for 10 straight years. Healthy blood flow matters. It affects your heart, your circulation, your blood pressure, even the energy that you have to get through your day. So I take Super Beets daily. They support healthy blood pressure, heart healthy energy, and this new watermelon flavor is so great, but it's a limited edition. So when it's gone, it's gone. That's it. Go to Human, HUMANN.com/Dana and find out how to get a free 30-day supply before they sell out. That's human.com/Dana.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Now get this. A billionaire, big Democrat donor says he was lied to about what the president said about Charlottesville. Man gave a lot of money to the Democratic Party. He's now renounced that party. And after he went public and said what he said about Charlottesville, guess who called him? President Trump, whom he now says is a great guy.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Aircraft needs skilled technicians to stay safe and ready to fly. Cincinnati State's Aviation Maintenance Technology Program provides hands-on training with aircraft systems, engines, and airframe repair. You'll build real skills to master the aircraft and prepare for industry certification and careers in the field. Take your career to new heights. Enroll today. Visit cincinnati-state.edu/start.
He's off to the races. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I can't believe we have to make this commercial.
It's ridiculous.
You'll think it's ridiculous too. Listen to this.
This commercial is about, well, it's about parents being rude at high school athletic events.
Ridiculous, right?
It gets worse. Studies show more than 75% of new high school officials are quitting because of bad adult behavior.
So now there's a shortage of refs here in Ohio, in almost all sports.
No officials means no more games.
Is that what you want for us?
Come on, parents.
It's time to grow up.
Cheer for your team.
Be proud of your children.
But stop being so ridiculous.
And don't make us run another commercial.
Because we will.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association, reminding you to always practice good sportsmanship.
Main wreckage on the south side of the tracks. Report of male driver, late 20s, severe injuries.
Copy that.
Can you see the vehicle?
No, it's way up there. I heard a witness say the stop arm was down, but he tried to beat the train anyway.
Too many drivers are killed crossing railroad tracks, even though they know a train is approaching. What they don't know is, even after it breaks, a train can take up to a mile to stop.
Requesting ambulance stretcher to shuttle crash victim back to the road.
Copy.
Stop. Trains can't. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is your ticket to high school football.
One-on-one, it is caught in the end zone. Touchdown. Got it. Carter Jones, 32-yard bomb.
Basketball.
Back the other way. Amir Phillips will throw it down and does a chin-up on the rim.
And baseball.
Ground ball, Ogden is short. This could be it. The throw across the diamond, and he's out. That does it. Rams win. Woo! Rams win. The Baden Rams are the 2026 Division III state champions.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
All right, so L7's bassist has brain cancer. We played L7 quite a bit. Their bassist, Jennifer Finch, unless you were into that kind of music in the 90s, you probably have no idea who they are. Their big hit song, Pretend That We're Dead. That was the big hit song. But she's got aggressive brain cancer that it was announced. So that's kind of crazy to think about that. Good heavens. Fight over humanoid robots has shut down a car factory for the first time. Hyundai versus South Korean auto workers. They've gone on a partial strike. Per the Wall Street Journal, they're worried about their future job prospects. And they were talking, they're trying to get their unions to, which I feel like, we haven't really dealt with that. I'm looking this up. We haven't really dealt with that here in the United States yet. I'm wondering how that's going to go. So they're fighting over this, South Korea right now, because they had this robot worker that they called Atlas. And so tens of thousands of Korean auto employees. It's like a 6'2" robot that they had unveiled, and they said, no, Atlas is never going to step on a production line. It's not going to happen unless all the unions agree. And then they're worried about AI, so they're preparing a strike because they're not getting assurances. We got to figure out how to deal with robotics and AI, guys. It's just going to be something we got to do before it busts up all kinds of industries. An upstate New York school district is going to use a humanoid robot teacher this fall. That's kind of weird. Already, here we are. Robots for everything. It's a small rural district, and it's on the Seneca Nation Reservation, and it's in western New York. They said it's not going to replace the classroom teacher, but it is going to be a learning support to students and educators, whatever that means. So we'll see. And this is the robot section. Robo-taxi riders are falling asleep, and people are calling 911 because they're getting stuck and stranded everywhere. Kind of crazy when you think of it. We got a lot more on the way. That fly past because liberals just discovered Blue Angels, apparently. Stick with us. Everywhere you look lately, there are trendy supplements that make big promises and big claims. But it's not about fancy marketing. It's about two important things. One, does it actually work? And two, can you trust it? That's why you need to look at Relief Factor. There are so many people who can tell you all about Relief Factor, how it's helped them and have transformed their lives to be free from everyday aches and pains. For instance, they had a guy write to them named Chris who said he spent years doing physical work that left his feet sore every single day. And after starting Relief Factor, he He felt so much better. He did something he had never done before. He ran a half marathon, and now he tells his friends about it. So if you've been dealing with those everyday aches and pains, why not see if you'll have your own success story? You can try Relief Factor's 3-week quick start for just $17.76. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and speak with their friendly U.S.-based team. You've got nothing to lose except the discomfort that's been holding you back. That's ReliefFactor.com or 800-4RELIEF today.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton City Council has approved 2 ordinances that allow adult-use cannabis dispensaries in the city. The vote was 4-3, with Councilman Timothy Knabb giving a very impassioned no.
It's been 8,628 days since my daughter Mallory was killed by a man driving a vehicle who was high on marijuana, high on 6 other drugs. She left home on a Saturday morning after Thanksgiving, kissed me goodbye, and never came home Saturday night.
Knabb, during last night's meeting on TV Hamilton, the dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts and will be highly regulated. A middle-aged man suffered life-threatening injuries when he was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road between Walden Pond Circle and Gilmore Road last night. He had to be taken to the Butler County Regional Airport, then flown out by Aircheck. The accident happened around 10:45 p.m. I'm Steve Vaughn.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Israeli officials say they have killed 2,500 of the 3,000 terrorists who massacred Israelis on October the 7th, which means they have 500 more to go. Advice: if your pager goes off, don't answer it.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
This is Seth Leibson for Townhall.com. The late philosopher Hannah Arendt wrote that the power of toxic ideologies like fascism and communism, once they take hold, can prove impossible to reform. Now add apocalyptic theocracy to that fascism and you have a rough understanding of Iran's leadership. The West, and hopefully many in the Trump administration, are learning that now. As the Wall Street Journal and others reported, Iranian leadership plotted its 3rd assassination on President Donald Trump last week. This after the United States had already decimated Iran's military. Federal courts had previously identified 2 other plots to assassinate Donald Trump, as well as several of his former cabinet officials. While many Americans recoil at notions of regime change in Iran, Iranian leadership has no such compunction about trying to effect regime change in America, and via assassination. And it appears almost nothing will shake Iran's fascist theocracy into moderation or civility. This is who and what we are fighting in Iran. Let's complete the job and help make gentler the life of this world.
Safety and access to benefits are top priorities as VA supports today's veterans. Online applications connect veterans with health care and other benefits. Telehealth provides safe, respectful care anywhere. Testing, vaccinations, and treatment help veterans during the pandemic. Housing assistance and mental health care support veterans as we all recover. Moving forward together. Choose VA today. Visit choose.va.gov.
Hi, I'm Josie. My daughter turns 5 today. Blow out the candles. I'm also an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper. When you move over and slow down, you're not only giving me room to work, you're making sure I can get home to celebrate with my daughter.
Roadside workers have lives and families, but when they're on the job, they put it all on the line to protect and serve us. When you see flashing lights, remember, they're not just roadside workers. Thank you for moving over and slowing down.
Brought to you by ODOT, USDOT, NHTSA, and ODPS.
Hey, are you driving high right now? You might be, because a whole lot of people do. They say marijuana makes them a better driver, more careful, more focused. That's probably what the guy who killed a 4-year-old thought. And now, he's in prison. You see, no matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
High school game night, installed by AE Door and Window.
Throw over the middle. It's intercepted.
Beckett Bush with the interception.
That should just about do it here for Lakota East.
The new season begins August 21st as Hamilton takes on Baden on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Not able to catch all 3 hours of The Dana Show? Subscribe to the full podcast and get news and laughs delivered in short, easy-to-digest episodes. Ideal for your busy lifestyle on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
So I'm reading this New York Post piece here that gets into the Blue Angels. And they had a low-altitude fly past, which they do these. I have friends that live in Pensacola Beach. And they love their Blue Angels. I mean, do not come for the Blue Angels because you will have all of Pensacola coming for you. And I'm not kidding. They're losing their minds on social media right now. So this was yesterday. It was a low-altitude fly past. And apparently, when a plane flies past, umbrellas typically might be upended, things like that. Nothing crazy. It was the Breakfast with the Blues flyover. So it was part of the Pensacola Beach Air Show. And they had a low-altitude fly past. And people, I guess, they lost their minds. Apparently, some of the in the crowd thought that, they had like the sand went, when you have a jet that flies past, sand gets, put in the air, a tent might fly up, things like that. That's, to kind of be expected. But they're like, yes, we're going to remember this for the rest of our lives. But the left is freaking out. Now there's like an investigation into it. They're investigating this. For what? This low altitude. It might have been too low of an altitude, so they're looking. I don't know. They're investigating. When you search it, when you look at this online or on social media, it sounds like it's punitively done. That it's the investigation is punitive, right? And I've had some people, so one of my friends who literally lives in Pensacola Beach was saying, I don't know why people are saying that this was ultra low. This has happened before. It's the Blue Angels, for crying out loud. Every now and then it's like a special treat, right? But all of these people are trying to compare it to every other, anytime there's been an air show disaster, all of these people are now trying to compare the Blue Angels to previous around the country air show disasters, which I feel is a specious comparison because you're talking about these Navy pilots that are the best of the best compared to like some rando who's taken his plane out the barn and flew it too low during, the county fair in Kansas. I'm just saying. That seems to be a very not inauthentic, the word I'm looking for, disingenuous comparison. So apparently, I guess they're having an investigation. CBS says the Navy's elite Blue Angels say they're reviewing circumstances surrounding the low flyover in Pensacola Beach. And I don't know if you guys saw what Sekwar said. He says the flyovers will continue until morale improves. He tweeted that. That was funny. I've seen the videos. This has happened before with fly past. Yeah, guess what? It's a beach. Guess what happens? The air hits the sand. Sand's going to go in the air. A tent might come up. And people were like, tents flew up and it was, you have to be expected. But who goes to an air show and is anticipating a low fly past and puts up like a 4-pole pavilion? I'm just saying, there's things that you just don't do. And by the way, I'm completely quoting one of my friends. They had this one air disaster that got 77 killed, 500 injured. It was a Sky and Live air show of 2002. It was an Su-27 fighter. It's not the same thing, but the ABC, they were comparing it to that. They're attacking, and they're trying to argue that it was too low. Remember the helicopter pilots that got in trouble and Sekwar had to step in? I feel like this is going to have to happen again. So now they're like, oh, it's a safety review. Guys, stop it. This is kind of ridiculous. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like the people who are, and you see all these different videos of it. Honestly, I don't really think it's like I don't know why they're calling it ultra low. What my friend who lives there was like, this is not ultra low. And by the way, her husband was in the Navy. Huh?
Ultra low is when you crash. Okay. That's when you crash.
Yeah. I mean, they had other video of them practicing ahead of it, and it looked pretty much the same as the day of. There was video of where they were, actually that's what Juan has in the monitor. So this was a practice run that they were doing, one of a couple of practice runs that they had. Well, that one right, yeah. And there's, I know, but they're really going after SecWar. They're mad at SecWar for this. And then also, didn't he come out with this like low T or high T, whatever, Department of T thing? People don't understand how important testosterone is to men, and instead of making fun of it, like, you either are for men's health or you're not. And especially with guys in the military, because they are under so much stress for such extended periods, that is an adrenal drain, man. And I think it's great that SecWar is focusing on this. I mean, this is something, guys, I'm telling you, in my family and in my friends, we have a lot of veterans. And this is, something that the wives talk about, and they'll be like, oh, well, he's, tired or stressed or fatigued. And there's these things that they deal with when they come back from duty that it's not how do I put it? It's that stress, and it's that hormonal drain. They deal with a hormonal issue when they come back. And I don't know why there isn't a lot of discussion over it. One of my friends whose husband's a Marine was saying that this was something that her husband, and he's like 42 years old, right, that he's had to deal with, and he's working with his doctor for the hormonal aspect of it. And this all came up when Hegseth was announcing, testing troops for low testosterone. I feel like, and the left is making fun of it, and that's part of the problem. It's hard for women to talk about it when they deal with it, and men, especially when they are, I feel like, expedited into it because of military service and the stress that they're under. That should not be something that our veterans should be ashamed to discuss. I mean, that is one of the things that comes with a type of service, especially if you're in combat, if you're doing stressful operations or whatever it is. They should not at all feel embarrassed to talk about it, and people should not be mocking it. Doesn't that kind of shock you that the left mocks it? Because these are the people that act like you're the heartless one if you don't believe that a guy flaying his dong and pretending that it's a female copulatory organ, if you're not, exhibiting or demonstrating the right amount of empathy for that person, right? It just feels like the left really betrays themselves on this. So I've been looking at all of these headlines and all. I mean, the left has been going. Did you see some of the stuff that they were really mocking this? Like low T military and all of this other stuff. And no, I mean, I think it's crazy that it's 2026 and this is the first time we're actually addressing this with the military publicly. There needs to be a demystification of this so much. This needs to not be like a precious thing to talk about. Lorraine makes the point. She said for air shows they have to be low where you can't see them. Talking about that, but to the low T thing, I love that SecWar is focusing on this. This is a huge issue for these service members coming back. So I love that they're addressing real things and they're being proactive and preemptive about stuff. So that ongoing testing, think about it, that affects so much with dudes, their health, their physicality. I mean, not just their libido, but everything, their ability to be able to function to the highest level. And you don't want to have to pump them full of pharmaceuticals to match something that, what do they call it? HRT? Yeah, the hormone therapy or whatever, that can fix without all of the big pharma stuff. That, to me, that sounds like a win-win. So the left being so antagonistic towards it, I get really aggravated. What the hell is wrong with these people? What's wrong with them? I think that's a huge thing. So good on Sec War for doing all of this. I have a couple of other things. I can switch it up because I've got some crazy stuff. I'm a little behind with all of this. So let me scroll back up. Can we talk about the Netflix thing? Because I forgot to get that last hour. Love Gone with the Wind. Do you want to know how Netflix described Gone with the Wind? You ready for this? Okay, you're not. Not going to be ready. So it says Gone with the Wind, 1939, drama. I'm going to read it verbatim. A 1939 American Civil War epic known for its racism. To learn more about Black lives in America, search Black Lives Matter. Yes. Yes.
That's where we learn about Black lives?
That is literally, hang on, that is absolutely, exactly 1,000% they had that up. Now, Amazon had something similar, but then they deleted it. It wasn't as far as that, but they had something relatively similar. What? Is that's apparently what their synopsis that they had. By the way, it was so racist that Hattie McDaniel, she played Mammy in Gone with the Wind. She was the first black woman to win an Oscar in February of 1940. And there were Hollywood celebrities because there was a fight over which door she could enter if she could go on stage. And there were Hollywood celebrities in that audience that were threatening to boycott the Oscars if Hattie McDaniel did not get her due. So they can sit here and act like that. First off, it was accurately portraying what was happening in America. You're not glorifying something by accurately portraying it. People have got to stop being so damn afraid of acknowledging history in this country. It is important to know where we come from so you can understand where the hell we're at today. Why do people try to retcon history? It's like they want to keep perpetuating the very thing that they claim that they want to fight. So she won. She won an Oscar. She was so good in that. She won an Oscar. These other cases, she won an Oscar. Hattie McDaniel, famous actress, first black actress to win an Oscar in 1940. I think it's a very interesting film. Because, first off, Rhett Butler is just, he is the archetype, man. I'm telling you what. But I always felt like Scarlett was such a brat. I loved her roll the sleeves up, and I'm going to work hard, and I'm not just going to, be pretty and enjoy indulgences. She really got in there and worked. But, man, alive, I wanted to just swing her around by her hair a few times. I'm telling you what. But that literally is how they had it listed. They didn't even tell you about the movie. It's known for its racism. What? So stupid. If you want to learn more, search for this racist group. Black Lives Matter. That would be the last thing. That would not be the thing that I would recommend if you actually wanted to learn about that in the United States at all. So I just stunning. But like I said, Amazon they deleted that description. Now Netflix apparently pulled it off. Hold on. I think they did pull it off. Hang on, let me look real quick. Because last night I checked, and I searched it once last night, and it came up. And then I searched it again like an hour later because I was getting screenshots I was going to put it in headlines that I collect the night before and I send out that morning. And it was gone. So I think they took it off their library. Okay, yeah, that's right. So now they took it off. So it's not currently available to stream right now. If you want to watch it, the only place you can get it is HBO Max. Yeah. So they took it off. Instead of just being like accurate, like this is a historical, I mean, for crying out loud, it takes place during a certain period in our country's history. So this is so stupid. It's so stupid. I love the story between Scarlett and Rhett. And I like how many times she gets put in her place. And I love, Melanie with her sweetness. And there's a very interesting contrast in this. Oh, it's long. First time I ever watched it was one night before Thanksgiving. And I was up to 2:30 because I was baking and all that. And I was up to 2:30 in the morning watching Gone with the Wind. Had to get up make sure that everything was ready by noon the next day. It was crazy. But it's what do you think is going to happen? It's during the Civil War. What kind of story do you think is going to be told in the South during that? You're going to have these particular elements because that's a part of history. Also a part of history is the 250,000 lives that we spent to settle that debt. So stop it. We have Florida. Oh my gosh. Wait, we got to go because we've got a crazy Florida man. Let's move. Our partners that help bring you the program. Woo! It's the folks over at Chapter. Chapter exists to cut through all the confusion with Medicare. Honestly, I'm not lying when I say this. Medicare is on purpose confusing. And that's how people end up overpaying, and then they don't have everything that they need for coverage. They're undercovered. They're on the wrong plan. You really got to find somebody who's on your side that can explain all this and isn't worried more about insurance company profits than your wallet. And that's what Chapter exists. They exist to cut through all this confusion. They don't just sell you on a couple of companies. They drag the whole industry, and they look for the best plan for you. Now, if your current plan is the best plan for you, they'll tell you, and you're set. But if it's not, they're going to bring you a ton of different options. They're going to explain everything in plain English, and they're going to help you avoid the plan that's great for insurance companies but terrible for you. People on average with Chapter save over $1,100 a year just because they get under the right plan instead of whatever was pushed at them. Free and fast to talk to Chapter. In under 20 minutes, they can review your current coverage or walk you through choices if you're about to enroll so you know what you're picking and why. And if, like I said, if you're already on Medicare or getting close, they'll answer any questions that you have and explain enrollment. You'll walk away feeling confident and informed. So visit askchapter.org/Dana or call 945-293-0161. That's askchapter.org/Dana, 945-293-0161.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-9852. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-9852. That's 800-497-9852. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
Whether you're navigating restrictive gun laws or just want extra peace of mind, the Byrna is the perfect addition to your self-defense plan. You need diverse options when carrying isn't possible, and this is where Byrna becomes a personal security option that you should consider. They have a model called the Byrna CL, also known as their compact launcher, which offers maximum concealability as it's around the size of an iPhone. It's like having another tool in your kit because there are times when you can't carry your firearm, but your security still matters. The Byrna CL is easy to use, and its chemical irritant projectiles can deter a threat from up to 60 feet away. Byrna is effective and requires no permits, no background checks, and there are no waiting periods. It also doesn't care about gun-free zones. The Byrna isn't a replacement, but it's an option you'll be glad to have when your options are limited. Diversify your self-defense options today. Visit Byrna.com/Dana to learn more. That's BYRNA.com/Dana.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Let me get this straight. An official in the Zoran Mamdani administration wanted to meet with the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations. The Trump administration intervened, and apparently the meeting did not take place. Why would you want to meet with Iran during wartime when Iran is already violating the Memorandum of Understanding? Why? Well, because Zoran Mamdani believes that Trump is a bigger threat to the world than these Iranian fanatics.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Think, achieve, serve, lead, and succeed at Baden High School, the outstanding co-ed Catholic high school in Hamilton. Strong academics, faith life and Christian service, athletic competition, and extracurricular activities give students a well-rounded opportunity at Baden, where the Ramily creates a memorable experience. Check us out on the web at badenhs.org. 4 years of high school and values for a lifetime. Remember, once a Ram, always a Ram.
We've expanded our family to better serve yours. Anthony Munoz here for my friend and automotive partner Ed Larkin. We've expanded our roster and added to our team. Rose Automotive in Hamilton and Larkin Cobb Chevy Buick GMC in Eaton welcome Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana to our family. We've expanded our family to better serve yours. We've always wanted to be your everything automotive partner, and now we can offer Ford, Chevy Buick GMC. Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana. Larkin-Ford.com.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Brandenburg crosses to Thompson. Do they get the out? They do. Very fine play by Sean Brandenburg and Corinne Thompson.
This Saturday, Hamilton versus Moeller in the 2016 Baseball District Tournament.
Towards the dugout, making a great catch is Tyler McDonough up against the fence.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
It's his life mission to make bad decisions. It's time for Florida Man.
So this story is the fault of Vegas Larry and Kane. Had to do with Flagler County. All right, let's try to get into this because this is going to be tough. I did not know that. Okay, I did not know that such a device existed. A 52-year-old man named James Shepard was caught with a Whizzinator in the back of a patrol car. Now you might be going, what is the Whizzinator? I am right with you. I've never heard of this in my life. It's a phallus and a fake bladder. And apparently they're calling it a jerry-rigged Whizzinator per investigators. The guy was driving on a suspended license and he got pulled over by Flagler County Sheriff's Office. James Shepard, 52 of Palm Coast. He had a suspended license, violation of felony probation that he was already serving for several burglaries and thefts. So deputies arrested him. And they said his other crime was strapped to his groin. He had a jerry-rigged Whizzinator, a fake bladder of fake urine wired to a heating pad with a fake dong to make it look convincing. And on the way to jail, he complained about a shoulder injury. So the deputy involved moved his handcuffs to the front as a courtesy. And then he decided to pull that contraption out of his pants and fling it onto the floorboard of the patrol car. I'm not even reading the Click Orlando story because the quote was when the deputy asked him about the wet copulatory organ on the floor, Shepard delivered the yellowest lie ever heard. He said, "It's not mine." It wasn't his. He would lied about, no, the fake male copulatory organ and the pee in the floor is not mine. Wow. So he's going back to the pokey. He apparently stole all these appliances, enough to open an appliance store, all this stuff. So yeah, was that because he had court-ordered drug screenings, but is that why he had it on him at that time?
So he was actually telling the truth when he said that pee was probably not his.
Ew. That is the extent that some people, I don't mean to sound naive, but that's the extent that they go to? Or you could just not do the drugs. There's also that. Third hour on the way.
1450 The Ticket.
Don't they think we're going to notice this?
Everything is grist for your mill, isn't it? Well, go ahead. Grind it up.
I know we're right, and I know they're wrong.
I demand to speak to your supervisor.
This is an outrage, and I think it must be investigated. And we're going to investigate it here on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Mike Gallagher will get to the bottom of it, whatever it is.
I know all that. You don't need to tell me that.
The Mike Gallagher Show.
This is Mike Gallagher. Join me weekday mornings at 9, only on 1450 The Ticket.
Congress is poised to pass a bill to keep AM radio in cars. But time is running out. 82 million Americans risk losing the news, sports, talk, traffic, and vital emergency information they rely on. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to pass this bill now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Caroline Leavitt making a return to the White House today after a nearly 3-month maternity leave. She used her White House press briefing to tout the benefits of those new Trump accounts.
The president believes there is no better investment than in America's children.
Leavitt says more than 6.5 million American kids have already been signed up, something that could yield big benefits down the line.
Government projections show that a child whose family maxes out contributions could see the account grow to nearly $300,000 by the time the child turns 18.
The White House stressing that money could be used for things like college, starting a business, or buying a home. A sad day for friends and family members of 3 people who went missing when that pontoon boat capsized this week off the coast of San Francisco. As the U.S. Coast Guard says it has suspended its search for the missing. 16 people did survive the initial disaster, thanks in part to the help of commercial fisherman Justine Marceline, who was nearby and rushed to the rescue.
There was a younger gentleman, and he didn't even have a life jacket on. He had just a throwable. And I gave him a fishing weight to go try to break the windows over there because people were banging on the windows trying to get out. It was pretty wild seeing that, honestly.
The 20 people on board had been on a memorial trip to scatter the ashes of a loved one who passed away several years ago. It's a struggle on Wall Street. The Dow right now down 95, the NASDAQ off 295. The Pentagon introducing a new test for members of the military.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced Wednesday that he's rolling out a new screening program for testosterone deficiency among troops, calling it necessary to allow them to operate at their absolute best. The screenings will be conducted annually as part of service members' required medical screenings for those 30 and older. Troops under 30 can volunteer to be tested. In a social media post, Hegseth said that receiving testosterone replacement therapy would be voluntary. Bernie Bennett, Washington.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Medicinal and adult use cannabis dispensaries get the green light to operate in the city of Hamilton. City Council voting 4-3 last night to lift the ban and impose regulations on dispensaries. Mayor Pat Mueller was one of the 3 no votes.
I also believe that there's a correlation between an increased number of emergency room visits and dispensary availability. In my mind, that correlation has a negative impact on public health providers, and public safety.
Mueller, during last night's meeting on TV, Hamilton, the dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts. Butler County is under an air quality advisory for a 3rd day in a row. A middle-aged man was said to be in critical condition after he was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road near Walden Ponds and Gilmore Road last night. He had to be flown to UC by Aircheck. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
When you're behind the wheel, it's okay to rock out to your music, but it's not okay to interact with your phone screen and electronic devices while driving. In most cases, anything more than a single touch or swipe is against the law. That means no texting, no typing, no scrolling, no shopping, no browsing. If an officer sees a violation, they can pull you over. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
This fall, Friday night means football.
Banyan, the lone setback give. It's going to be a keeper this time for the quarterback. Get around him inside the 30, 25, nice. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Carter Breedlove into the end zone, and it's Carter country time.
High school game night installed by AE Door and Window.
Just like that, the game is on.
Can't waste any time.
The new season begins August 21st as Hamilton takes on Baden on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
I don't like the fact, for instance, that some speed limits around my area are 55 miles per hour. Nobody has gone 55 miles per hour since the horse and buggy days. You're not ever going to get any kind of anything with the Iranians. This is never going to happen. So it's like expecting Hunter Biden to not snort coke. It's like expecting Joe Biden to be cinching.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Welcome back to the program. Dana Lash with you. If you missed anything in our previous 2 hours, then make sure that you check out the podcast. You can download that. And you can also find us as well over at Chapter and Verse. Lots of good stuff there, and that's at Substack. Very interesting question that came up during the White House press avail, because Caroline Leavitt is back. And when she was gone, we had the stock market thing with the opening with Besant, POTUS of the Trump accounts, all of that. And I've never heard anyone in the administration talk about this, and I've written a lot about it, that have talked about these Trump accounts and how, for instance, in the bill, because the Trump accounts were passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill, if you remember, and anchor babies are included. They're included in this. They're not excluded from receiving these Trump accounts. Now, you remember, you have the Dell's contribution to the accounts, and then you have the $1,000 in seed money for the accounts that's coming from the Department of the Treasury, which means that that's our money. I wrote about this at Substack, and I can put this up again, but I went through the bill, and I annotated it for you. I had screenshots of the final bill and then all of the notes, because as it says, under the law, the Treasury will deposit $1,000 in the accounts of these children. The funds must be invested in an index fund which tracks the overall stock market. And it says people can contribute, right, up to $5,000 per year per child. The $1,000 from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which has already been signed into law, it's drawing, and this is from the bill, will draw from federal revenue. It's coming from the Department of the Treasury. That's taxpayer dollars. A lot of us have questions about that, because that sounds like redistribution of wealth. There's a million things that you can do to free up capital that parents can invest with themselves, because you're also talking about taking taxpayer dollars from families that have their own kids to raise. The other part is the key eligibility rules as published in the One Big Beautiful Bill. The children must be born in the United States, but there's no requirement that the parents have to be. There's no requirement about the status of the parental requirements. Literally none specified. So illegal aliens can absolutely open accounts for eligible kids. Eligible kids mean all they have to do is be born here in the United States. There is not even a Social Security number required for the parents, and that was in the final version. That's now law. So this is the question that was asked to Caroline Leavitt, because I haven't heard the administration talk about this at all. This is the first time that this has ever been discussed. Listen to this.
Two questions on the Trump account. First, following the birthright citizenship case, is there concern that babies that are born to illegal immigrants here in the United States are not excluded from these accounts? And also, since the $1,000 per child from the Treasury seeds these accounts, can you assuage concerns from those who feel this is wealth redistribution?
I would certainly not describe it as that. As you know, this was an incredible private-public partnership. We had incredibly generous Americans, Michael Dell, and many others who contributed to the fund for the Trump accounts. So that money will then be passed along to America's children, which I think is a great thing that all Americans from all political persuasions can agree upon. With respect to your question on birthright citizenship, I think the President has made his view and the White House has made our view on this case quite clear. We're going to continue to move forward to work with Congress, hopefully in the future, to remedy this problem in our country and to ensure that we cannot have this scam continuing where you have foreigners from all around the world traveling to our country to give birth to babies who are then given the greatest privilege on the face of the planet, American citizenship. That's not how our founding fathers intended this country to work or to operate, and the administration is committed to finding solutions to remedy that.
So the first part of her answer, I wouldn't describe it as that, and I like Caroline. I disagree with her on that because it's exactly what it is. Her last part of her answer, if you read between the lines on that, does that sound like something that's going to come before POTUS to look at? The way she put that makes me think maybe that's a legislative oversight that might fall before POTUS to look at. I found the last part of her answer very interesting. Now, she says private-public partnership. Now, the private was the Odells and others that have donated, right? The public, so it's accurate, because that's in the bill, it's that seed money that comes from the Treasury. Now, I've had people say, well, this is going to replace Social Security. I promise you it will not. Here's my fear about the accounts, which I hope that Republicans kind of look at. As it is state by state, Democrats are already talking about expanding these within their states. Now, consider the birthright citizenship. You're talking about states being able to open and offer these accounts, you pulling from our federal treasury. So in Colorado, they could decide to do something with your taxpayer dollars if you live in Maryland. That's a big issue. The eligibility, and POTUS wants SCOTUS, funny to say it like that, to reconsider, which I don't think they're going to, the birthright citizenship thing. I think that what will end up happening is that a different aspect of that case is going to, at some point, go towards SCOTUS, and they will review that, and it will likely, very similar to how Dobbs or the Roe v. Wade, how that was kind of overturned by a subsequent case in Mississippi, Jackson Women's Health. I get that. That might be something similar that happens here, because this was such a very narrow ruling. But however, the question's legitimate, and I could tell she didn't really address the first part of it. She said, yes, POTUS does not like, the anchor babies illegal, but the fact is that they absolutely do I don't know how else to put it. It's open to that. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. We have the post. I'll drop this thing in Slack for you guys. The eligibility requirements. By the way, there's two separate sets of requirements. The Dells have their own. The Dells have their own set of requirements that's separate, and that's the $250 per child. That is separate from the $1,000 per child. The $1,000 that comes from the Treasury is the one that does not have. You don't have to have a valid Social Security number. The only requirement is that that the baby's born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 in the United States. There's no requirements for the immigration status of parents. Parents aren't even required to have Social Security numbers, none of it. And it's automatic enrollment for qualifying newborns beginning already. It already started in May. So it already started. Now, I've taken, in the piece that I have, this is all from the bill. So I quoted, that's just one part. This is part of the synopsis of the bill after it was passed. And you can go to my post, and I'll put this out there again, I mean, this is, it's all commendable. That's great. You wanting to do something for the nation's children. This is not the way to do it. This is what I talk about when I say the Quincy Institute, Viktor Orban of Hungary kind of thing. Remember, in Hungary, they were paying people to have kids because they wanted to increase the birth rate. And there were people here in the United States. Juan's showing you on this simulcast right now. There's my, bold's my emphasis, by the way. That's just so you can understand parts of the law that I was specifically explaining following that block quote there. But in Hungary, they were paying people to have kids, right? And they were wanting to save their birth rate. They were wanting to have they needed people to have more kids. But unfortunately, it didn't really work. And then after the payments ended, the birth rate actually fell to lower levels than it was before they began the program. So it was a massive failure. And the reason being is because there are so many other things at play. If it's just an issue of getting money, that's an easy fix. But that's not what's plaguing. That's not what's dragging down the birth rate. There are so many things that factor into it. Cultural issues aside, which is a big deal. Think about all the cultural fights that we're having in this country, the belief about women and men and when you should get married and how attitudes have changed about young marriage and starting families young and all of this other stuff. Aside from that, there are a number of things policy-wise that make it very difficult. I mean, we live in a society where you have to have in a family, I mean, really, if you're wanting to live the American dream the way that people think it should be lived, you have to have both parents working. And that kind of gets into some of the cultural stuff. I think a lot of people believe that luxury is a necessity. They think that the average way of living has been, I think, especially with social media, has been falsely inflated. There was a piece that came out last week that I had that gets into how people are wealthier than they've ever been. They're wealthier than they've ever been, and they're being more proactive about their health than ever, but they're miserable. And you know what the most oft-cited thing was? It was because they keep comparing themselves to everything that they see curated on social media. So average everyday stuff on social media is presented as being luxury and over the top. People curate their stuff to make them seem like they're living their best lives. But that's not an accurate representation, and it gives you this false idea about what middle class is. And so we end up comparing what we have to everyone else, and we're all miserable. That's a huge driving factor into this, which gets into my point about the cultural aspect of this. But policy-wise, I mean, holy hell, we need lower taxes. If not, get rid of income tax outright. Get rid of property tax outright. There are a million ways to approach funding roads and emergency services and all of that. All of that needs to be completely overhauled. Corporate taxes, capital gains, all of this. There are ways that we can make everything more financially advantageous that will do more to increase the birth rate than just simply throwing $1,000 at everyone and redistributing wealth. That's just putting a Band-Aid on the problem. So that's my point. That's why it failed in Hungary. That's why it's not going to have any kind of impact here. But nobody wants to see that. I'm so glad this came up. This is the first time ever that the administration has addressed this, ever. So I was pretty hopeful at the last part of her answer, because it sounded as though, yeah, well, the POTUS is going to look into that. I'm hoping that he does. At the very least, it's wealth redistribution, but at the very least, make it to where anchor babies aren't eligible. Because do you realize that you're literally paying people to have babies here? You're paying illegal aliens to have babies here because it's automatic enrollment. They're born in the hospital. It's automatic enrollment. You know that, right? Like how they file for social, all of that. You get a baby born in the hospital starts to pay. That's how that works. And I don't know how on the heels of the birthright citizenship ruling, you can be supporting this type of policy, because it's a free $1,000 to have a baby here. You're paying people to do that. Illegal aliens. We have a lot more on the way as we move. Our partners that help bring you the program, it's the folks that are over at Super Beets. They have a new flavor, watermelon flavor, for a limited time. So you got to get it, because if you don't get it and it's gone, it's gone. And you guys are very familiar with Super Beets and the company behind them, Human. They're based in Texas. Founded out of UT Health Science Center with research focused on blood flow and nitric oxide. Super Beets has been America's #1 beet brand for over 10 years. Trusted by more doctors, more pharmacists, and more cardiologists than any other knockoff beet brand. This is the real deal. That supports healthy blood flow, which supports heart health, healthy blood pressure, circulation, daily energy. 2 chews a day is all it takes. I just got the watermelon. I tried them for the first time yesterday. It legit tastes like a Jolly Rancher. Like, it's weird because you can chew it, where Jolly Ranchers, you're like used to cracking your teeth out of your head on it. It tastes really good. 2 chews a day is all it takes, but it's a limited edition, though. I have but one bag. I got one bag, limited edition, and they're out of them at my local store. I'm not kidding you. So, human.com, order them. Make sure you get your order in. Free 30-day supply, because when they sell out, that's it. There's no restocking. It's at human.com/Dana. If you think all wireless companies are pretty much the same, I got some news for you. Patriot Mobile isn't just different because of what they stand for. They're built to just deliver a better wireless experience. Patriot Mobile offers premium priority nationwide service on all 3 major U.S. networks. And Patriot Mobile can give you access to 2 separate networks on the single device, which means more reliability and more peace of mind without carrying multiple phones. So if you travel or work remotely, their Wi-Fi hotspots connect to multiple networks to help keep you connected. And they also offer international roaming, business solutions, and 100% U.S.-based customer support. Easy to switch, keep your phone, keep your number, or upgrade. You can make the switch in just a few minutes. And when you call, you'll talk to a real person based right here in the U.S. of A. Superior coverage, superior products, superior customer service. That's Patriot Mobile. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Dana for a free month of service. It's patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT today. Promo code Dana.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
All right, what's the over-under on when someone accuses Donald Trump of planting Graham Plattner, quote, a Republican operative, close quote, in the main race to torpedo the chances that Democrats will take over the Senate? Oh, great Eldersky, don't give AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Joy Reid, Sonny Hostin any ideas.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Build a strong foundation for a career in business with Cincinnati State. The accounting program prepares you with real-world skills in financial reporting, payroll, tax preparation, and business software used in today's workplace. Whether you're starting your first career or upgrading your skills, you'll graduate ready for the region's in-demand opportunities in accounting and finance. Enroll today. Visit cincinnatисtate.edu/start.
Back to pass pressure in the backfield. He's brought down again. Another sack.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies.
And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Helping a new driver get ready for their road test? Here's a convenient new way to make the most of your 50 hours of required practice driving time. The Road Ready Ohio app, available now at no cost to new drivers and their families. Road Ready Ohio keeps track of your driving experience together, providing feedback and safe driving tips. It even generates the documentation you need for the Ohio BMV. The Road Ready Ohio app, free to download in the Apple and Google App Stores.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Brandenburg tosses to Thompson. Do they get the out? They do. Very fine play by Sean Brandenburg and Corinne Thompson.
This Saturday, Hamilton versus Moeller in the 2016 Baseball District Tournament.
Towards the dugout, making a great catch is Tyler McDonough up against the fence.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
So the FBI is looking at using questionable AI tech to review signatures on seized mail-in ballots. I am so tired of having to worry about mail-in stuff. So it's part of POTUS's push to discredit the result. They're saying he's discrediting the results of the 2020 election. Stop it. That is not what he's doing. Can we just full stop for a second? You had states that literally bypassed their own state constitutions under emergency orders for COVID, and they got rid of temporarily all of these voter protections like signature matching, dates on ballots, all of that. Georgia later on had to go back once the emergency order expired, and they revised their own state constitution to make permanent and codify a lot of these changes. And what Trump is saying and other Republicans are saying is that if you want other states to accept and live with the result of your state's elections, then you need to make sure that you are meeting the requirements that you propose to the rest of the nation when we all agree to accept each other's results from the get-go. That's what this is about. I am so tired of the purposeful propaganda that they're pushing about this. YouTube joins Meta in appealing a jury verdict that faulted them for using what they said were social media users' addictions. Can you get addicted to social media? I think that's kind of weird. I think you can have an addictive personality, but I think that those things are just variables, I feel like, right?
There are certain things that actually you are attracted to more, and I think people look at that as an addiction.
So you're telling me that the stuff I see about like dogs running and sheepdogs like herding sheep and happy puppies, that's them?
You're addicted to that content.
So they said that it's the platforms are hooking young users without concern for their well-being. That's where parents are supposed to step in, by the way. Just saying. Go to museums and movies could slow aging, according to a study. I think that's maybe not so much I think it's maybe having those types of low stress hobbies and interests. That I think is what does it. more so than just like the museum and the like movie theater itself. That's what it seems like. And a couple were accused of burning meth in a toaster, and they greeted deputies with a chainsaw. Coming from WSB TV. Really quickly, if this loads, I can get to it. Dear heavens, just load the damn thing. Sheriff's office. Adam Hollis was in the shed burning meth in a toaster oven, and when cops arrived, they greeted him with a chainsaw. They were arrested. Stick with us. Whether you're navigating restrictive gun laws or just want extra peace of mind, the Byrna is the perfect addition to your self-defense plan. You need diverse options when carrying isn't possible. And this is where Byrna becomes a personal security option that you should consider. They have a model called the Byrna CL, also known as their compact launcher, which offers maximum concealability as it's around the size of an iPhone. It's like having another tool in your kit, because there are times when you can't carry your firearm, but your security still matters. The Byrna CL is easy to use, and its chemical irritant projectiles can deter a threat from up to 60 feet away. Byrna is effective and requires no permits, no background checks, and there are no waiting periods. It also doesn't care about gun-free zones. The Byrna isn't a replacement, but it's an option you'll be glad to have when your options are limited. Diversify your self-defense options today. Visit Byrna.com/Dana to learn more. That's BYRNA.com/Dana.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton City Council votes to allow medicinal and adult use marijuana dispensaries in the city. The vote was 4-3, with Eric Pullman one of the no votes.
We smell it everywhere. Smell it at drive-thrus. We smell it if you're on a good summer day when you got the windows down. It smells. I smell it on the golf course, okay?
The dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts, and they will be highly regulated. Speaking of breathable air, Butler County is once again under an air quality advisory through midnight. Some state lawmakers have proposed a bill to block local governments from banning or even regulating short-term rental properties. A former teacher indicted in Preble County, 45-year-old Kristen Shamel, is accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student at Eaton Middle School back in 2014. A man was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road near Walden Pond Circle in Fairfield Township last night. The victim air-cared to UC Hospital. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by Pro-Life Across America. Did you know a billboard can save a baby's life? You can make a difference by helping spread the pro-life message to reach those who are struggling with an unplanned pregnancy. Visit prolifeacrossamerica.org.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Quarterback keeper, he goes into the end zone. Touchdown. Cougars are in. Nice run there by Carter Breedlove.
Basketball.
Trying to take it to the bucket. Best defender off the window. And good! We have a new all-time scoring leader for the Lady Rams. Braylon Even.
And baseball.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch swung on a miss. He got it. Noah Bramble has thrown a no-hitter for Lakota West.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
All-Pro Anthony Munoz here for Rose Automotive, your all-pro automotive superstore. Rose delivers all-pro value and all-pro service for all makes, all models, all the time. My family and I have made Rose Automotive our one-stop shop for everything automotive. And I mean everything, sales, service, parts, and accessories. You want it, they'll deliver it. Call today at 863-7878. That's right, 863, my number, 7878. Just take exit 24 off I-75 and head to Hamilton. That's Rose Automotive, your new alternative.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
No matter how well you take care of your vehicle, sometimes the unexpected happens. You get a flat tire or break down, and you have to pull off at the side of the road. Whatever the problem is, if you're on the side of the road and need assistance, please call the Ohio State Highway Patrol for help at pound 677. Troopers know what it's like to work alongside the highway while cars rush by, and we want to make sure you are safe. If you need the patrol's assistance, dial pound 677.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day, interscholastic sports in Ohio. This message presented by the OHSAA and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. I knew that St. Jude was a children's hospital, that no one ever received a bill from St. Jude, but I in no way understood how completely they take care of their patients and their families. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, honey bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory through midnight tonight, mostly sunny today with a high 93. Partly cloudy, areas of smoke tonight with a low near 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 70. And sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Timely news consumption with the Dana Show podcast, where every update comes with a little dash of not so serious on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the program. Dana Lash with you. We're at the bottom of this third hour as well. A number of things to jump into. So we were talking about, for instance, the whole situation, just going to wrap this up with J.D. Vance in his interview on Rogan. And I just think to blame, because he said in the interview that the reason that the negotiations with Iran failed is because apparently of influencers that are paid by Israel in the United States. Not because of the jihadi 12ers that run the regime, but apparently because of randos on X named Big MAGA 09271 who were like, I just want to keep on bombing Iran. I mean, he was saying in the interview, and we were playing it, that, apparently there are people that just want to perpetually forever bomb and then nuke Iran. I don't know of anyone who said that. He never actually said who said that. He just made it up whole cloth to have. I mean, he's very good at feathering up a little straw man to argue, but I just could not, just the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing. I don't know. But Tucker Carlson loves him. Cut 9.
This is, I think, publicly known, but I advocated very aggressively for J.D. Vance, both to get Trump's endorsement when he ran for Senate and for VP in the summer of 2024. And so, my views on J.D. Vance as a man, I think, couldn't be clearer. I think he's a very decent person who loves the country, who has the right values, and has pretty much the right ideas.
And that's why his son was his deputy press secretary. And so you can understand why, because considering all the stuff that Tucker has said lately and done lately, you can understand why people would be a little bit concerned about that. But here's the other thing. When he was speaking with Rogan and they were talking about Iran and the negotiations, first and foremost, the fact that you would blame people on social media in the United States over the jihadi terrorists that run the Iranian regime for the failure of negotiations is just mind-blowing to me. And I think it betrays a naivete completely on how foreign policy. He doesn't, his experience is very limited, right? He was in the Marines, non-combat, in a non-combat role, and then he practiced law for 18 months, went on to become Senate, and then he's had a very fast, in so many ways, he's very similar to Obama. And I was, looking, for instance, when you look at his foreign policy, one of the things that he and Obama come to a very solid point of agreement on, and this was very well explained in his interview, is that the belief set that Iran is one bailout away from becoming a decent nation. or a decent regime. The regime is one bailout away from behaving like a legitimate government. I just don't believe that. They really do believe, they think that economic integration and diplomacy, that is the way that you deal with Iran. Now, how long have we tried that? By the way, I think it is a mental abortion to go from, well, that doesn't really work, to, well, why are you wanting to nuke them? I mean, you realize that those are two completely polar opposite things. And it's absolutely retarded to say that because economic integration and diplomacy in Iran has failed for over 40 years, then I guess we must nuke them. You realize that's retarded to say. Okay, I just want to establish that, because a lot of the drive-bys on social media, that's what they push. But that is literally how Vance has repeatedly framed his negotiation strategy with us. Is that, well, if we are just able to better integrate them economically. Now, the one place that they do differ is funding, because Barack Obama, remember, that's the $1 billion pallets of cash that were given to Iran, and the unfreezing of assets, although we did unfreeze some assets as well under the administration. But Vance likes the funding coming from other Gulf states, whereas Obama wanted funding to come from the U.S. But Vance also believes that reducing or ending sanctions on certain things is a factor that can be entertained as well. Otherwise, they're really maybe like one or two things that they differ on. But the JCPOA from 2015 is pretty much where Vance is in terms of how he views Iran. Because what he says and what Trump says are entirely different things. Trump goes out there and is like, look, they're not going to negotiate in good faith, so we're going to blow their asses up. That's the stuff that he says. Whereas Vance is like, well, you know, he talks about economic development and things like that. That's not the issue. I mean, the issue isn't money. The issue is that they are radical 12er jihadis. And that's first and foremost how they see everything. They see it all through that lens. So I'm very nervous that this is Vance's outlook. And just as Trump has been super consistent, Vance, even though I think he tries to dress it up to appeal to certain audiences, he's been very consistent. I mean, he has blasted Trump previously. It wasn't until Carlson began promoting him for Senate that Vance stopped blasting Trump. He literally verbatim said that he's Hitler. His own mouth, he said the word Hitler. We played it on air. He has blasted him with a number of other things. And then he says, well, I was wrong or I was misled. I think that's fine. I'll accept it, even though I don't really, because I think that if you think someone is Hitler, you don't really go from that person's Hitler to, yeah, it's okay, I was just misled. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. You know what I mean? But for the purpose of moving on, I question the authenticity, and I don't think that he's on the same page as POTUS, which is why they have very different narratives when they go out and speak. And I kind of wonder, POTUS just not like hanging him out to dry with us? Like, okay, well, we tried it your way and it didn't work. Now we're back to my way. This interview just created a lot of questions, and it underscored my belief that he is, because I know he wants to run in 28. He says he doesn't. My gosh, his whole life has been trying to get him in the White House. He wants to run in 28. I don't think he's ready for prime time. I don't. And this interview, every interview he gives, it just makes it worse. It keeps getting worse. And I just need him to take a beat, let Trump accomplish, because it's distracting, I think, from what the president is trying to accomplish. So we don't need any distractions, especially going into midterms. We got to be really careful about this. I want to talk about data centers for a moment, because New York became the first state to ban data centers for 1 year. It's a 1 year moratorium. They're trying to create a regulatory regime there, which who knows what that's going to look like. The issue with data centers, though, I think so much of it is a psyop. I think that there are legitimate, absolute concerns about data centers. I think that there are areas of the country that have built and implemented or incorporated data centers, and they've done so disastrously. I don't think data centers should be giant resource hogs and jacking up energy for anyone else. There are definitely smart ways to go about it. And I have a lot of experience with data centers. We've had data, like at my hometown, they fought they stopped a data center being constructed. I have a dear friend who their property that they're going to have a data center literally in the field across from them. So we've seen it. We've been dealing with it in Texas and Missouri. They've been dealing with it. It's a big deal. But here's the other thing. I also think so much of it is overblown. I mean, the electricity is greater. I think, what is it? 4% of total electricity consumption in 23, a little over 4% is the usage from data centers. And they said it's going to be by 2028 about 12%. But it's 0.2% of the 322 billion gallons of water that Americans use every day. So there are some things that are kind of overblown. I don't think that I think that the zoning is a big issue for data centers, zoning, and there are, like I said, there are areas too where it has been horribly implemented. But the backlash against this, I think, has been fueled by China for the purpose of allowing China to take the lead like they did with rare earth elements. Just like they did. We bought into, now I understand, you have environmental protections, all of that. You have worker protections, I get it. In the United States, though, we created such an oppressive regulatory structure for the extraction of rare earth minerals that we can't extract them. I think we've got like one mine that's kind of going online and another one that's been 13 years in the making because it takes that long to even get it, just to even get to break ground. I'm not even talking about it being fully operational yet. And in China, they don't have environmental protections or worker protections or anything like that, so they don't give a rat's backside. I get that. But we created this really oppressive regulatory structure that makes it super difficult and expensive and not worth the effort of extracting them ourselves. And we bought into all of that, and so China took the lead. And now here we are in an economy where we are doing more and more solar this, and we are using all of these rare earth elements, lithium for batteries, all this stuff, and China controls the monopoly of it. Now, the same thing is going to happen with data. If we don't figure out the smart way to do it and stop buying into the TikTok psyop, we are going to find ourselves in an even more dangerous position with data, because I think the PSYOP is making it difficult for local areas, localities, and municipalities to get it right. There are absolutely unique problems and challenges that are presented by all of this, but so much of this is overblown. I mean, think about it. There are people blasting it. I really think it's with Gen Z that it is really like the most opposition is with Gen Z. I think that they said that there are 770 data centers that are in the development pipeline right now. Looking at some government figures. That could be anywhere in the pipeline. That could be, surveying that. I'm not saying operational, but like in the pipeline. They're like, it's in that process. And they look at electricity demands. They look at water demands. They look at all of this. That also presents another opportunity for innovation and to figure out energy efficiency, to figure out power generation. I can give a ton of bad examples, but I can also give some really, really good examples. Like for instance, they were talking about, some of these other ones. They have, I think, in Washington, there's a bunch of data centers near the Beltway. Did you know this? 200 data center facilities that have a physical footprint of 47 million square feet right around the Beltway. They also have, in the wider Northern Virginia region, they have 13% of the entire world's data center capacity, and that supports a huge percentage of the global internet activity. Amazon's web servers, this, just so you can tell where I'm getting this from, this is from Virginia.gov and the New York Times. This is New York Times. Amazon's web servers, data centers, they had a brief disruption in 25. That hit Wmoh, it hit even the British government's tax services went down, all of that. So they're trying to figure out the best way to zone these. They're trying to figure out the best way to implement them. You don't want them hogging power and resources, but at the same time, we've got to figure out a way to live with this, because this is where the future is going. And when you're talking about AI control and data control, who do you want to be filtering that? Do you want it to be the United States? And this is not a scare tactic, or China. China is building data centers at an unprecedented rate. Again, it's easier for them because they don't have all the regulation. If someone objects to it, they don't give a rat's bag. They don't care. So it doesn't mean that we do it sloppy. What it does is we do smart zoning. And I think that when we have these meetings, you really need to be involved in your town hall meetings. There has to be a way, especially if there's opposition to where they're going to go, et cetera, that people can work with their elected officials of their locality and figure out a better way to implement it, a better way to structure it, and maybe some more innovative ways if there are concerns about electricity or water. There has to be. This is something that we're going to follow like in the weeks to come, because I do worry about this. It becomes a national security issue. Data is the future. This is where everything is going, and it does not serve us any good purpose to pretend that it doesn't exist, or to pretend that it is not a problem that we need to deal with, or to think that we don't have to have any of these in the United States, just let everybody else do it, because then we will literally fulfill that Dugan multipolarity thing, that whole theory, if we continue to turn our backs on this. This is, again, also part of the red-green stuff. It all dovetails in together. So we got to be really careful about that. I mean, when they look at, for instance, one of the things, this is a Virginia Assembly's Joint Legislative Audit Review and Review Commission. They discover that most data centers use about the same amount of water or less than an average large office building. Some, depending on what they're doing, require more. Some require less than a typical household. And it gets into the different ways that they consume water, cooling, generating the power they consume, all of that stuff. The facts don't necessarily align with a lot of the propaganda out there. So we need to keep an eye on this. I know we got to get moving. Our partners that bring you the program, it is our friends that are over at Relief Factor. You can get relief from everyday aches and pains with Relief Factor, and you want to take something that actually works and that you can trust, and that's why so many people turn to Relief Factor. Relief Factor wants me to tell you about this guy named Chris who wrote them, and says, quote, Chris spent years doing physical work that left his feet aching every day, and after starting Relief Factor, he felt so much better. He accomplished something he never had done before. He ran a half marathon, and now he recommends Relief Factor to friends because he's experienced the difference firsthand. So everyday aches and inflammation chips away at your freedom. It affects how you move, how you work, how you live your life. You don't want to turn to Big Pharma, though. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free, research-based formula designed to fight inflammation. That's the root cause of most pain. Not a temporary fix either. It works from the inside out to support your body's natural healing response. More than 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and the majority of customers continue ordering more. They want to continue walking comfortably, staying active, and living life without discomfort. And it's easy to do. They have their patriotic pricing right now, $17.76 for the 3-week quick start. Get started today. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and talk with one of their friendly U.S.-based teams and find out if Relief Factor can help you get back to doing what you love.
How is your car payment treating you? What if I told you you could make a free phone call right now and reduce your car payment by as much as $83 a month? Look at your car payment closely. You could be paying as high as 20% interest. Rate Genius can help you reduce your car payments by reducing your interest rate to as low as 2.48% APR. We can refinance most existing car loans or leased cars, new or used, and save you money every month. Put more money back in your pocket. The call is free to find out how low we can lower your car payment. 5 minutes of your time right now could save you hundreds of dollars a year. Call Rate Genius now.
800-425-1161. 800-425-1161. 800-425-1161. That's 800-425-1161.
Not all applicants qualify for a loan or rate savings. Actual offer terms, including APR, are determined at the time of your application based on creditworthiness, value of the vehicle, loan term, and other factors.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-9852. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-9852. That's 800-497-9852. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Now get this. A billionaire, big Democrat donor says he was lied to about what the president said about Charlottesville. Man gave a lot of money to the Democratic Party. He's now renounced that party. And after he went public and said what he said about Charlottesville, guess who called him? President Trump, whom he now says is a great guy.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Don't get caught letting your furnace or air conditioner break down during temperature extremes. Your system needs to operate efficiently at all times. Butler County Mechanical Services is your dependable neighborhood heating and cooling company, offering reliable 24-hour service 7 days a week. And be sure to ask about their annual maintenance contract. That's Butler County Mechanical Services. Call them for your heating and air conditioning system tune-up or repair.
892-1444. 892-1444. Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket presents High School Game Night Classic, a replay of big games from the past.
Brandenburg tosses to Thompson. Do they get the out? They do. Very fine play by Sean Brandenburg and Corinne Thompson.
This Saturday, Hamilton versus Moeller in the 2016 Baseball District Tournament.
Towards the dugout, making a great catch is Tyler McDonough up against the fence.
High School Game Night Classic, installed by AE Door and Window, Saturday at noon on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, an air quality advisory is in effect through midnight tonight. Mostly sunny today with a high near 93. Partly cloudy tonight with areas of smoke in the low 74. Showers and thunderstorms likely on Friday with a high 91. Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely with a low 73. Showers and thunderstorms likely Saturday with a high 90. Showers and thunderstorms Saturday night, low 70. Sunny on Sunday with a high 86.
Now, back to
Show podcast, because who says you can't make fun of people while staying informed on your own personal time? Subscribe on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
Welcome back to the program. Dana Lash with you. I was asking that Baltica. That's what I was thinking of. Baltica 9. That's the beer I was thinking of. So I asked the guys on break because I saw the story about this Nantucket official who had open White Claws. She's a Democrat in her car, and she had this very cringe DUI arrest video. And I'm like, do people actually get drunk off White Claw? I don't know anything about it other than it's like Zima. And then we were talking about like some of the most alcohol, and because you were saying it's like similar to a beer, and I'm like, oh, and then I mentioned Le Fin du Monde, which is no. And then Baltica 9 is the strongest lager that I've ever had in my life, but that's like, I think it's 9% ABV. But then they had this Scottish one. Kane did not believe this, but it's true. I'm not going to say it right. It's BEITHIR, Byther Fire. That's 75%. That's not even beer anymore at that point.
75% alcohol?
Yeah, ABV. That's it. Yeah.
No thanks.
Dude. All right, today's stupidity.
Woo! All right, how about this one? We do cut 20.
Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz, who pardoned a rapist, a child molester, to keep him in the country. Thank God Secretary Rubio revoked his visa and now he's out of the country. But listen to Tim Walz's response when he's asked about it.
Did that make us any safer? Did that make the children that are left behind any more stable? Did it improve the idea that we can't all be judged by our worst day? And I want to be very clear. These are horrific crimes. They often are.
Yeah. Okay. Did a pardon make us safer?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's the question I would have.
It's the pardon.
Stupid.
Folks, tomorrow we'll talk about how Canada's smoking everybody out. Literally, like with wildfires because of poor land management. We're going to have that for you tomorrow. In the meantime, make sure you find the podcast, Facebook, YouTube, like and subscribe, Substack. I'll be back with you tomorrow.
1450 The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Israeli officials say they have killed 2,500 of the 3,000 terrorists who massacred Israelis on October the 7th, which means they have 500 more to go. Advice: if your pager goes off, don't answer it.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
News this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Learning from past mistakes in the Lone Star State. Days of heavy rains now conjuring up memories of last year's deadly flooding in the Texas Hill Country, when a rain-swollen Guadalupe River swept away 25 young girls from the Camp Mystic Retreat Center. Uvalde resident Carmen Rodriguez says this time around she got notifications all night long.
So I think we were very, a whole lot more prepared.
People are being evacuated, but local business owner Cameron Sanford says she feels for those with homes left behind in the flood zone.
I'm nervous for the people in the area where their homes were potentially going to be flooded. I feel like there was very little warning. Like, we knew a flood was coming, but we didn't know it was going to be to this magnitude.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has already declared a disaster declaration in 59 counties across the state. Fresh back from maternity leave, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt used a press conference to tout the benefits of the Trump economy, including those new Trump accounts.
More than 6.5 million American children have been signed up for accounts so far, including my 2 kids, who I signed up during my maternity leave.
The White House says fully funded, those accounts could grow to an estimated $300,000 by the time a child turns 18.
This is, I think we can all agree, an enormously powerful head start toward the American dream. These funds can be used for college, starting a business, or purchasing a home. This is truly a transformational, nonpartisan program.
Retail sales rose 0.2% in June after being up a revised 1% for the month of May. The Commerce Department says shoppers slowed their spending in June from May, but outside of gas stations, retail sales actually rose a robust 0.7%. On Wall Street at this hour, the Dow is struggling. It's off 185 points, the Nasdaq down 354. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Are you tired of feeling lousy? Maybe you had a scare at your last checkup, or just walking hurts? When enough is enough, call PhD Weight Loss. When I had enough 4 years and 53 pounds ago, I knew I couldn't do it alone. I'm Mike Gallagher for PhD Weight Loss. Best phone call I ever made. They were right with me. They still are today. Right now, mention Mike. You'll get 2 free weeks added to the program, and they'll pay for the cost of your food. $1,500 value. Call 864-644-1900, 864-644-1900, or visit myphdweightloss.com.
Maybe this is you too. There is enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It's amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. And yeah, you could save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton City Council has approved 2 ordinances that allow adult-use cannabis dispensaries in the city. The vote was 4-3, with Councilman Timothy Knabb giving a very impassioned no.
It's been 8,628 days since my daughter Mallory was killed by a man driving a vehicle who was high on marijuana, high on 6 other drugs. She left home on a Saturday morning after Thanksgiving, kissed me goodbye, and never came home Saturday night.
Knabb, during last night's meeting on TV Hamilton, the dispensaries will be limited to certain business districts and will be highly regulated. A middle-aged man suffered life-threatening injuries when he was hit by an SUV on Princeton Road between Walden Pond Circle and Gilmore Road last night. He had to be taken to the Butler County Regional Airport, then flown out by Aircheck. The accident happened around 10:45 p.m. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This fall, Friday night means football.
Grounding here to the near side, Hyde up top. Takes a snap, looking to throw to his left, looking for Hudson. Hyde. He's going to step down the sideline. Yes! Touchdown! 36 yards, and the Rams are on the board.
High school game night, installed by AE Door and Window.
The Rams are getting ready to open up a can here.
The new season begins August 21st as Hamilton takes on Baden.
Kapowie!
On WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Hi, I'm Bill Weber.
And I'm Adam Weber of AE Door and Window.
We've grown a lot over the years, but we've always remained a hometown company.
We work hard every day to be the Tri-State's first choice in garage doors, entry doors, openers, windows, and awnings.
From Clopay garage doors to LiftMaster openers and more, we've got the best products at the best prices and the best team of technicians.
Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
All westbound lanes on the Norwood Lateral shut down due to an accident investigation that's between 71 and Reading Road. A serious crash in there involving a Metro bus. Also remember Forest Road blocked off from a fallen tree between Nottingham Drive and Nordyke Road. I'm Eddie Zellick with traffic.
Sponsored by Fresh Time Market. When's the hottest week of the summer? The one with 30% off at Fresh Time Market. From July 22nd through July 28th. Save on over 4,000 wellness items like protein powder, skincare, sunscreen, and collagen. See you at Fresh Time for this scorching sale.
An air quality advisory remains in effect through midnight tonight. Slight chance of showers, thunderstorms possible after midnight tonight with an overnight low near 74. Tomorrow, partly sunny, showers and thunderstorms likely, high near 90. Tomorrow night, showers and thunderstorms likely, low 73. Saturday, showers, possibly a thunderstorm, mainly afternoon, high near 88. This is WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And distrust, clarity matters more than ever. This is where common sense meets conviction. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Morning glory and evening grace, America. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Welcome to the Hugh Hewitt Show on this Thursday, which I'm beginning with the Secretary of the Interior for the United States, the Honorable Doug Burgum. Mr. Secretary, good to see you again.